check. 1 2 check check. 1 2 2 check. Check.
check 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 हेलो तोड़ दिया हमने तो ऑफ किया ऑन
इधर खड़ा करके थोड़ा स्पीक करो।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
Check. 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 Test. Check. 1 2 check 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 check. 1 2 2 2 2 check 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 check. 1 2 2 check 2 1 check 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 2 check 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 1 2 2 check check check
영어도. Check check check. Check check.
check 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 1 2 2 2 2 check 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 1 2 check 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 check
So sorry for the delay.
hope you had a good lunch and some much needed respite from the very brief, very overwhelming, packed session this morning. So I would like to pay my homage to the Noble Sangha, to the ladies and gentlemen and esteemed guests here, and to welcome all of you, to this session themed Interpreting Ancient Buddhist Wisdom, a cross-cultural perspective. So today we'll be embarking on a journey to explore the profound teachings of Buddhism, bridging cultures and fostering a deeper understanding of timeless wisdom. Please join us now as we delve into the richness of ancient insights with a contemporary lens, seeking connections that transcend boundaries and resonate universally. So to lead today's session, we have Professor Geshe Ngawan Samdela to chair the session. May I invite you, Professor Ngawan Samdela, to come on the stage. Professor Ngawan Samdela will be the chairperson for today's session. He is the former Vice Chancellor of the Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Saranath, Varanasi. His education blends both modern and traditional Tibetan systems, earning him a Geshe Laramba degree from Ganden Sharse Monastery. His academic prowess lies in Buddhist philosophy, notably Nagarjuna's works, publishing significant critical editions and translations, notably The Ocean of Reasoning, an English translation of a Tibetan master's commentary on Nagarjuna's Mulla Madhyamaka Karika, is acclaimed globally, published by Oxford University Press. Next, we have Venerable Yangdeng Rinpoche. May I invite Rinpoche to come on the stage? Yeah, we have the esteemed honor of the presence of the Changzhe Chuji Rinpoche. And next we have Professor Venerable Raluve Padmasiri Thero. Professor, please. Next, we have Venerable Professor Shi Cao Hui. After that, we have Reverend Professor Nakao Shibo. Next, we have Mr. Carlo Luc. And lastly, we have Venerable Diti Sambano Mahathera. Please. I would now like to request the Venerable Chairperson, Professor Geshe Ngawan Samdela, to introduce the next speaker and to moderate the session. The floor is yours, Geshe Ngawan Samdela. So some of the speakers actually would like to speak from the podium. So they have told me. So if you wish to come here and speak, or if you would like to speak from your respective seats, both are okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, the Honorable, Most Honorable Kanden Changzi Choji Rinpoche and the Sangha members and my colleague speakers and ladies and gentlemen. So, we are already late by about 25 minutes, so we have to shrink our program. So the first thing that I can do is shrink my own time that I have been given, 10 minutes. I will just brief it in 5 minutes. So there is in the program mentioned the notes from the chairperson. So having such a wonderful and blessing and insightful presence and speech by His Holiness the Dalai Lama and many other dignitaries this morning, it has been a very auspicious kind of start. And this place itself is very auspicious because of the place being the enlightenment place of Buddha, and also being blessed by His Holiness on this occasion. And thirdly, the Dharma, the great, the auspicious Dharma. So with this trinity, I think it is a great opportunity for us to be here together from so many different countries all over the world. So this today's session's topic is interpreting ancient Buddhist wisdom, a cross-cultural perspective. I think Buddhism has a history of embracing various situations, and in the ancient time, Buddhism has spread all over Asian countries, and still these countries are maintaining the Buddhist culture and Buddha Dharma. Buddhism has an intrinsic kind of a mechanism of encountering various situations at various given time. So, in ancient time, Buddhism had a dialogue and interaction with the then philosophical views and philosophical schools, and had a very strong and intensive and very enriching interaction among them. And as a result of that, there has been a very deep impact on Indian civilization. Now in the modern age, because we are talking about a cross-cultural perspective, Buddhism has, as I said, an intrinsic mechanism of interacting and participating the issues and challenges and development of social and whatever kind of problems there are. So now in modern age and in the 20th century, and particularly in 21st century, Buddhism has been having interaction with the science of different disciplines, particularly neuroscience and physics and astronomist and biologist and clinical scientist and cognitive scientists. And this kind of interaction has not been just superficial, but has been a very intensive, very, deep, with a very deep impact. And this has made a tremendous impact on science, and it has changed the principles of many principles of science, and also has opened many avenues. So this is a kind of thing that I'm not going to delve into the details, but this is a kind of the nature of Buddhism, given the fact that it has such a rich philosophical views and psychological system that can address the individual person's problem and also the problems related to the social society and of a different nature, like economics, governance, and politics. Everything has some, lots of things to gain from Buddhism, and it is being now at the global level. This kind of interaction is taking place, and very deep impacts are also being made on those respective fields. So without wasting much time, I would like to, after this, we have 6 presentations. First of all, I would like to invite Yangding Rinpoche. Yangding Rinpoche has, as a young scholar, he has accomplished his Geshe Lharamba and Geshe Ngagramba and erudition in Buddhist philosophy and Tantric scholarships. And after that, he was called to His Holiness's private office. And then since then, he has been serving as in many projects. Primarily, he has been actively involved in compilation of the Buddhist science and philosophy that has been going on for the last many years, and voluminous, volume after volumes, the compilations are being made. So I'm not going to introduce each of the scholars, speakers in detail, because it is already mentioned given in the booklet. So just to give you an idea and introduce briefly. So now I would like to request Yangding Rinpoche to come and speak. In the case of Yangding Rinpoche, there will be actually we have 10 minutes for each speaker, but he is going to speak and then it will be translated into English. So since it cannot be completed in 5 minutes time, he may be given 6 or 7 minutes at the most. So now, Yangding Rinpoche, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So sorry, I cannot speak in English, so I speak in my mother language. Ni tomatila 장애 때문에 소시 소매 상시 취지지 신부지 유제외 내년 도원진바 전년 밥에 긴딘지디 용지 샤라 아니 구샤당지 다나신대회 주로당 자스부모 참마라 참자시들의 쉐인스.
First of all, I would like to humbly bow down to the feet of the Noble Sangha led by Gebje Changsa Choje Rinpoche.
다리 네 슈웨디 신호공소 장애점의 추억이 라오진지 랑된 다 장수다워시 유베낭니 차세 개치워 지 나랑 소라 드러니 슈자집에 남바시 제고래 송야기 디기 닌된디 쉐이.
So out of the ocean of wisdom that His Holiness encompasses, I will be speaking on one of them, one of the most important essential part, which is how to become a 21st century Buddhist.
다 드러니 슈자지 번디 낭로라 장리 샤루 농상 타다 미지 잠면자 출론 잠면자 다준 잠면자 디타다 말레장 다 타니부지신 중보친신지신의 되고야지 년도 되고야지 자교래 다디 문제나양 지 당린 제고야디 원인이 차디고 그랬어.
21st century is a century that people or individuals of different color, different background, different religion, and different races should keep close to each other more so ever than before. Even if we do not wish to do so, we have no other choices.
다 출로민자와 당 다주민자와 같이 여바 있는데 딘제기 다주민자의 주제기 다주 디찬에 切信度明照当研读经即第能经教我大不起差的约为因那样详细当你人品给教我的如些组织怎么的长么几句差的个的是。
Even though different religions have different philosophical views, they may differ in philosophical perspectives, philosophical views, and they may be contradicting each other philosophically. But when it comes to the practice of altruism and practice of warm-heartedness, they are all the same.
到处贴没贴的做满因把的圣经了对着圣经了港片基本节的做差的个的是。
Which philosophy is correct or accurate, or which philosophy is wrong or incorrect is not important. What is important is to have love and loving kindness for all sentient beings.
你我让做苍茫了是亚学因被驱路机要马的的刚才写了我叔叔了苍学当你亚学给驱路机用的有的是让给地归家有个驱路机。
Even though there is no such thing as best religion or supermost religion for all, but according to individual capacity, there are religions that is perfect for that particular individual.
这电影里讲了，让了苍学给驱路的了，地归这边搞了，地归的浪当露水了，点不怎么样吧？浪路了点不赢呢，地长期现在切全不是给永远有嘛的是。
So when we develop faith towards the religion that we belong to, it should be based not on
浪的露水了点不。
not based simply on tradition.
电影里讲了，地归教育的驱路的了，新的地方土国也当，这样讲了地方假设一个区的，我可能吧。第一开始评语吧，开始建立国语吧，我团体大西不起国的是。
The faith towards one's particular religion should be based on rationality and the reason behind why it is important to have faith towards one's particular religion, and what is the purpose, what is the benefit, etc.
那么上这边前去做的忙不起来有的。第一难路了，开始就开始学文呢。那么上这边去做基地，让人及让人跟原教接的，让跟原教的信了没觉的，去做基，查过的是。
Buddhism, like any other religion, has lots of qualitative characteristics, and out of many characteristics, one of the most important aspect is to rely not upon others, but upon oneself.
第三个嘛是为的引路看得进不引的人，他都呢怎么没被日本当？你滚了推囊都出为娘娘文送记，娘娘文送给举生记，但刚来就开始我这样当，等着这个月为你讲了，对么上些兄弟的空让你讲，你给刚写完的了，马大吧。以前个人就主要嘛，是大西边个人就过的事情呢，两端的配过的，第南边端不当，南边上这边的前去不都端不起，差的个都是。
On top of that, to base reality on a common experience and to realize reality or the truth through rational means, that would be the most important characteristic. One of the most important characteristics of Buddhism.
但这当南区的团体是家境不起来的，因为团体是对这些呢，军队及共产党是需要呢，南边区是的团体恰上去起码了，南边新闻的南下，刚车里的南下，你第二天被大陆的南下，第二天被去娘那个南下，今天跟出趟去刚上去主要是南国的是。
So although Buddhism is vast, according to His Holiness, it can be summarized into the base reality.
大陆的南下。
Okay. Then the philosophical aspect,
디 취냥능기 낭
and then the practice aspect.
다 남베 세리기 낭샤시 슈디강라 다 디낭로 조디 수시기 낭샤 니디 퇴용고레 디낭니 생강리베 낭샤디 퇴용고레스.
So when we talk about so when we talk about so there is the base reality, there is the Buddhist science of the works of the mind. So when we talk about the works of the mind, of the psychological aspect of Buddhism,
다 남베 생강리버스 러윤디강라 돌디니 슈바이나 시기 튠진 간데치 유바이나리 튠진 디기 아니 강사랑니라 지 디지 제단 미제세디 튠진 우부 코랑기 토네 게시에요 말이스 튠진 디라 아니 수수군이 바 따당 간데치 유메라 라레디 고레스.
So the Buddhist psychology or the perspective on the mind from the view of the mind from a Buddhist perspective is based on the fact that it doesn't matter what the actual the object itself is, or whether the object brings us benefits and happiness or unhappiness. It is based solely on our perspective of the object, our reaction to that object. This is what brings happiness or benefits to us.
디신도 나랑주 미기 온비 미기 시베 시추기 넘버 장 만도베 아니 파루이부 강사 신지 난기 랑신 등 시가 다나신기 우비 인루 차워 디제체디 통화라 아니 생기 다지진에 통고에 차디고 그랬어. 디마도 미기 미장지 때에 통토해지 말했지.
For example, our eyesight or the eye consciousness could only see the appearance of a person. It cannot see the nature of the person, the motivation and the nature of the person, what the person is, who the person is, etc. That actually has to be realized through the mind.
디인디가라 생각을 낭샤디 계층 차용고래 잠블린디 낭로라 지 시베 낭샤다 생각을 낭샤 제슈디 남베 쇼기 낭로라 튼디고레스.
So therefore the psychology or Buddhist psychology is important and is an important subject, and in the world out of the many psychological fields, the Buddhist psychological field is the largest.
다 따주기 전에 슈바이나 자침부시라레 이나 닌된디 슈바이나 내수 치총 간제지인바 이나레 딘제기 내수디 강도 총화당 강기 치 총화당 지들 총화당 강다 강라 띠니 총화당 내수 디기 아니 문슈 주베 군의 수진 대당 딘제기지 리지지네 딘제기 토네 산동용 디강라 유세 탕제 자원낭신 지들 지유 공부다보지만도 지 강다양 대외랑신 대와 님부 니 대와레세기 딘제기 지 랑수 두베 대와다 님부 딘제기 랑신지 요 말했어. 대와 지.
So when it comes to Buddhist philosophy, when we search for a certain things, the origin of a certain thing, the nature of a certain thing, the end of a certain thing, basically when we search, when we analyze an object, when we analyze things, we find no object, substantial object, and we find that everything is interconnected. There is no one substantial thing that points out, that stands out as one object. Everything is interconnected. Everything is realized through a web of interconnectedness.
다 단대바도 노쇼 기 리네기 토네 다조 체리던지 리네 디 조우 제베 농쇼기 리네 디기 시우부 시우부 유디 지도 주베 최디这些 세와의 제버지 중교화했다. 농쇼기 리네지.
So up until now, the Western culture, the Western science or understanding defines the material world.
다 샤쇼기 리네기 조 수수를 다지시고 수수 가르세디 오부 가르세 조 많이 뭐지 수수 가르세기 유진了다바체디 조 지진에 강사랑니了신주체디 조 전용고레스.
Instead, the Eastern culture or Eastern philosophy, instead of looking outside, one actually reaches inside and searches within oneself, who am I, what am I, etc.
다 디인디 강라 농쇼기 리네 진용네 토만도스 다용된 용당네 대바이나리 오부치도 주베 수당 샤쇼기 리네기 오부디 주베 구바디 밀 핀바 칸테 수고 로고르 세기 오부디 디들 주베 구된디 조송용고 레스.
So if you look at the evolution from the Western point of view, we are looking at the evolution of the cosmological development or the cosmological development, chronological development of the cosmology. When it comes to the Eastern tradition, we are actually asking the questions regarding what are the benefits, what are the purpose of such and such materialistic things.
다 디인디 강라 신호고서 장에 좀 초네 두런 이슈 자집에 남아 제고르시 송용의 디기 아니 샤노기 리네니가 송드 디네 송용고레스 송드 디고르스 디 송용고레스 된다 니부지디.
So when His Holiness mentions to become, His Holiness says one should be a 21st century Buddhist, he's actually referring to the fact that one should combine the qualitative characteristic of both Eastern and Western philosophy or culture.
샤노기 리네 니부디 미지를 차선뭐 있는 라와 예윤당 강보 예윤당신 지 유了지쇼 망상와 망상의 미초바 근데 차디고 그랬어. 네가 참고해야지.
So someone who has both the Eastern culture, Eastern and the Western culture intact, is similar to a fully able-bodied person with 2 hands and 2 feet intact.
더 근데 인디가는 도디나 상지지 때문에 신이 되고 도고야 당. 타동디라 장관놈 중국어부심이 송반당신 덴베 강수 신의 덴발라 이제 니베 다도 강호수 송야 더 디기 고바디 더 디된다디 송용고 레스콘드니 드르니 휘자집에 남아지고 송이디.
So to conclude, I would like to remind all of us to develop faith to the Buddha through proper reasoning, and for which I would also like to quote one line from Tsongkhapa, which says, may I be able to understand the true nature of the Buddha's teaching and be able to develop proper faith through reasoning.
두지치스 내셔야 다랑이스.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rinpoche, finishing your presentation on time. Now I would like to request Professor Raluwe Padmasiri Thero from Sri Lanka, who is a distinguished professor in Buddhist studies at the Postgraduate Institute of Pali and Buddhist Studies at the University of Kalenia in Sri Lanka. Owing to his profound commitment to education and scholarship, he has also been invited and to extend his scholarship to students in University of Peradeniya for quite a while. So I would like to request Professor Padmasiri Thero to give the presentation, please. So it will be for 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. good afternoon, and distinguished professors, and Mahasangha of the Tree Tradition, and all the scholars and others. So my topic, as you can see, the reinterpreting of early Buddhist political thought of power. The basic idea of this paper is to discuss about there's a new thought, new studies are done, new idea is arrives called alternative political thoughts. Alternative political thoughts. That means Buddhism can contribute for the political thought. And it is a recent phenomena. Number of modern writings are appeared. So I thought to bring about one of the early Buddhist idea to highlight one of the factors I selected. So the basic point I am going to discuss is about the power, political power. And there are three ideas. Number one, how you can see here the basic aims of the paper, to investigate and evaluate early Buddhist thought of power. And the second one, to emphasize the need of reinterpreting Buddhist insight of politics for its application. The reason to say is that there's a huge critique regarding political systems of the Buddhist countries, the so-called Buddhist countries, complaining that Buddhism is not taken into policy making of Buddhist countries. Buddhist thought is not taken into consideration when policy making is done regarding the power. And therefore, I thought to discuss the number one, to investigate, evaluate early Buddhist thought of power. Then, these are the basic text. And as we know, there are three basic ideas we have to understand. Number one, there are text. In the text, we know most of the teachings are found in all the three traditions, and therefore these references are very familiar to everyone, anyone can read, and there's no huge debate about that. Then the second factor is the history of Buddhist countries, and to which extent Buddhist countries has used Buddhist thought into politics. And therefore people are asking regarding legislation, regarding jurisprudence, regarding different aspects of politics, whether we have taken into politics. And therefore, these are basic, just to pay attention. I am going to highlight only one of the points taken from the one discourse called Chakravarti Siyanada Sutta, the wheel monarching king. Next one. Then, next, please go faster. Okay, here, and I am just going to highlight this example of the Chakravarti Siyanada Sutta. There's a kind of mythical story of a fall and rise of a human society, and all these points are major points. And the second point, you can see the appointment of the ruler should earn power by his own independent of spiritual progress. And according to this discourse, gaining of the power, maintenance and expansion of power, and decline of power, everything happen, and that everything should be done according to justice, according to righteously. And if righteousness or the Dhammika, justice is not ignored, the power is not accepted in early Buddhism, that is not appreciated. And therefore, throughout the discourse, in every aspect of the discourse we find, power is discussed, however, justice and righteousness is highlighted in all aspects of power. Then, in addition to that, you will find the first point here, the ninth ruler decide to according to his own ideas. Now, for even though this is a mythical story, and Buddhism, the Buddhist texts say that if correct, proper methods are not followed, it may be regarding economy, politics, people's welfare, goodness of the people, and the final result will be the decline of everything, collapse of everything. And therefore, the ninth rule according to this discourse is called, and he control or the rule the country according to his own idea. As a result, everything collapsed. And the result, the third point, the measures was taken to overcome, but here you will find two measures were taken to settle the problem by this king. First, he donated, he gave money for the public, for the, we can say, robbers and the thieves, and then it became a habit of everyone to rob or the thieve things. And the next one, the ruler decided to, no, I have to punish the people, then punishment was introduced, and all these two methods to overcome the economic problem was not successful. And therefore, this says individual ethical behavior, understanding of the ruler, and the knowledge of the ruler is important in addition to the power. And we will find in this discourse futuristic belief, appearance of the prosperous kingdom called Ketumati, introduction to the power, Buddha Metteya. And as I told, Buddhist idea of power is not limited to mere mundane power. And the ruler is considered as a kind of the bodhisattva even in this discourse. And therefore, bodhisattva qualities are taken into play regarding the power. And therefore, bodhisattva is not merely a person who is going to enlighten himself, and he has to make the world, mundane world, the proper world, and it is one of the duty he has to do according to this futuristic belief in the sutta. Then, this is another example, Mahasudassana Sutta. One more, please. And then the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, one example is given regarding the Vajjayans and what Buddhas gave his instruction. Next one, please. And here, Rajya Sutta, I would like to bring your attention to this point, because this is called, Buddha was reflecting about the ruling of the cover state half of the world. And some scholars believe Buddha was not interested in politics or the mundane matters, but here it says, even after he becoming the enlightened one, he was reflecting about a better political system or ability of a correct, proper, justifiable, or this, we can say, righteous ruling. Next one, please. And then this is the example, major point I am going to highlight here. Chakravarti Srinada Sutta discovers gaining power, and again maintenance power, deterioration power, everything happen according to the Buddhism discuss based on the righteousness. If righteousness is followed, prosperity will occur, and if it is ignored, and the result will be deterioration of everything. Next one. And then we will find, this is the question some this is important why. Now, even in this province, I think there's a kind of the policy. Now, when we take Payu precept individually, we say, Panatipata Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhi. I mean, it says, I take the precept. Okay. And then, but when we come to this discourse, it says, do not take life. And therefore, some scholars suggest that Payu precept should be followed for making policies. And it is not individual choice, it is a government policy. And that is why it says, do not take life can be interpreted as a policy making factor. And this is found in the discourse. Next one, please. And let's go faster, only 2 minutes, please, next one. And then I am asking whether we can interpret Dhamma, the term Dhamma, contextually. The reason to ask it, all aspects of power, including politics, it's to be governed by Dhamma. However, the term Dhamma is complicated in meaning, then the complication is highlighted by many of these scholars. One example is given here. Please go next. Next slide, please. Then, even a wheel-turning monarch does not has a kind of the policy. This highlight that even the ruler is the very great person, monarch in this case, and he also should have a rule in addition to his individual ethics, and he should have principles, and that is highlighted even in this point. Next one, please. So now I have only 2 minutes, and within that I will explain the matter. Now I am asking this point. In Theravada tradition, we have Vinaya discipline saying Buddhist monks are not supposed to talk or discuss about politics. And it is accepted, one of the minor principles of us. And here we find, when we come to the relationship between the ruler and the religious category, religious people, and this is how we find in the sutta. And you can see here, ruler has to go time to time to meet the religious people and get their instruction. However, qualifications are made about the religious leaders, and they should be trained, spiritually trained people, and for those kind of people, politicians have to go and get instruction. On the other hand, it says Buddhist monks and nuns or the scholars, especially in the monastic members, have to lead the rulers with the insight. And therefore, even though they are minor rules, on the other hand, Buddha has said, okay, Buddhist monk have to correctly instruct the rulers regarding the gap between the teaching and practice. These are one of the challenges we have. I would like to highlight the third point, and the being driven by modern political trends without a deep reflection on investigation. And this point says, most of the Buddhist countries has accepted Western Buddhist ideologies without careful reflection. It may be democracy, it may be public policy, it may be anything, but we have taken it, but we have not brought our Buddhist insight into that. Okay. And please, let's go to the final point. And last one, please. Conclusion. Conclusion, please. Next point. Next one. Another one, please. Let's go further. Next one. Okay, this is my possible conclusion. Political power and its numerous distinguished aspects could be defined, analyzed, and reinterpreted through Buddhist insight, and it is justified on the ground of its historical textual context and the very history of its survival. And I'm sorry, just to conclude within 10 minutes, and if you have any question, please, you can ask question. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Venerable Padmasiri Thero. The next presenter is Venerable Professor Shi Chao Hui from Japan. She is from Taiwan. Yes, sorry, from Taiwan. Yes, Taiwan. She is a professor and the chair of the Religious and Culture Department of Shuang University. And she has led a number of nationwide social movements, including founding the Life Conservation Association in Taiwan, and also she served as the president of the same organization. And this has facilitated the legislation of Wildlife Conservation and Animal Protection Act. And she has, to her credit, 34 books and 81 articles in journals. So today she would be speaking on the interpretation of the original text of 8 differential rules. Yes, Venerable Shi Chao.
Thank you. Respectable venerables, dear Dharma sisters and brothers, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to be invited by the organizers of this conference to present my paper here. The title of the article I present is The Interpretation of Original Text of the 8 Differential Rules, that is Atthagaruddhama. Next. The 8 differential rules frame a far-reaching and inescapable so-called gender order that manifests in various forms of ritual and gathering in Buddhism. This brought Buddhism to become an obsolete religion that extremely discriminates against females. Next. Please, next. Next. Oh. Therefore, in 2001, at a large academic conference, we launched a Buddhist gender equality movement in Taiwan. I invited 2 bhikkhus, 2 bhikshunis, 2 male lay people, and 2 female lay people to tear up a Garudharma one by one and publicly tear them up in front of the global media. Since then, Ada Garudharma has been abolished or ignored by many Taiwanese Bhikkhuni Sangha. Next. As a Bhikkhuni who studies Buddhist philosophy academically, I have witnessed firsthand all kinds of harm that patriarchal views have caused female and even male Buddhist practitioners. I have long researched and checked the harm of patriarchy on Buddhist practitioners and have published a book dedicated to this subject. That is 千载成营, Intonation for thousands of years, Buddhist feminist thought for a new century. Next. This book investigates the root causes and development of this problem and analysis it academically. Since my book was originally written in Chinese, in this essay, I hope to share my interpretation and analysis based on scriptural and historical context with you all. Next. I cannot give a comprehensive explanation of the inconsistency, unfairness, and all sorts of absurdities of Ada Garudharma in 10 minutes. So I can only give a summary of examples below. For example, I personally often suspect that the rule below could be the main contributor to the near extinction of the Theravada and Tibetan Buddhist Bhikshunis lineage. Next. The rule is any woman who wishes to be a fully ordained bhikkhuni must get trained in 6 disciplines for 2 years. Then she must get higher ordination from both bhikshus and bhikshuni sangha. There is no reason for bhikshunis to want to stop ordained new members or stop their bhikshuni lineages. For why would they want to reduce their own membership? Next. Nonetheless, bhikshus can refuse to form a group of 10 members to verify the qualification of female applicants. This would prevent women from joining the Bhikkhuni Sangha due to failure to complete the entire official ordination procedure. As a result, as existing members of each Bhikkhuni Sangha slowly pass on, in less than 2 decades, Bhikkhuni Sangha around the world could disappear. Next. What was initially intended as a positive support for the Bhikshuni Sangha has turned into a convenient weapon for repressing the growth of their sanghas. Over thousands of years, this is one of the most regrettable situations we have witnessed in Buddhist communities. Therefore, I often express empathy for the female Theravada and Tibetan novices and the women of 8 or 10 precepts. Those people who oppose the continuation, the sustainability of Bhikkhuni's lineage, some of which are already broken with trivial excuses of the Buddha's teachings, particularly break their vows. The reason the Buddha instated any vow was to prolong the continuation of the right Dharma. But these bhikkhus are doing the opposite, making it impossible for the other half of the world's population to maintain the Buddhist inner disciplines. This is my conclusion. Today, human civilization is constantly progressing in place where equality and mutual respect are highly valued. Secular societies have moved toward an all beings are equal sentence, but parts of the Buddhist world are lagging behind. These communities instead deter the progress toward gender equality. At the same time, this regulation also hindered the development of Buddhism. Modern civilized women with a sense of gender equality do not like to receive this differential treatment, so they stay away from Buddhism. In Buddhism, no rule can contradict the 10 benefits and 10 root vows that are fundamental to the Sangha establishment. The purpose of this is to support the right Dharma so that Buddhist inner discipline may abide in the world. The 10 root rules of the precepts are the foundation for this. Any rule, as long as it's instituted for a specific time or environment, may be transgressed due to changing times and places. And any rules that is contradictionary to the fundamental rules should be nullified. As a result, I firmly believe that we should make a conscious choice to revise our monastic system based on the Dharma principles of asserting the equality of all human beings. Okay. This choice is based on the wisdom of interdependence, impermanence, and selflessness, and could help deconstruct the male chauvinism that still persists in the Buddhist world today. If this could happen, it would provide equal opportunities for both female and male practitioners to reach their ultimate pursuit of liberation mind. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Venerable Professor Shi, for your wonderful presentation. So now I would like to request Reverend Professor Nakao Shihao from Japan. He has a sound accomplishment of his spiritual practice and ordinations, and also through his academic accomplishments. He was appointed as a director of legislation department, and the legislation and where he developed enactment of legislation related to the religious incorporated social association law. And he taught at Rukoku University, Chao Buddhist Institute, and Suwai University, and he is also a member of prestigious National Advisory Council. Professor Reverend Nakao Shihao.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shiho Nakao from Tokyo in Japan. Now I speak in Japanese, but English, this screen Please watch the screen. 皆様こんにちは。中尾志保と申します。はじめに日本の僧侶としてここに集い仏法を分かち合えることを主催者をはじめ多くの仏教徒の皆様に心より感謝を申し上げます。約2500年前にお釈迦様が地球上にお出ましになり、私たちの苦悩に合わせてお説きくださった法ダルマは以降さまざまな形で宗派学派として分かれていったことは広く知られております。その仏教の教えは後に大乗仏教という運動となって展開してまいりました。インド、中国、日本と連綿と受け継がれてきた教えは日本浄土教という形で中世鎌倉時代に多くの僧侶によって広められました。その一つの宗派が親鸞を宗祖とする浄土真宗であります。私はその浄土真宗の僧侶として日本の首都東京にある築地本願寺というお寺で宗務長として奉仕をしております。浄土真宗は阿弥陀如来を本尊とし、南無阿弥陀仏という称名念仏を一番大切にしております。古来インドの言葉である南無阿弥陀仏が中国に恩赦され、それが日本に伝わって以降、日本の約1400年の歴史の中において古代インド語の南無阿弥陀仏の念仏が今日まで大切にされているのであります。先ほど私は浄土真宗の僧侶として日本の首都東京の寺院で奉仕していると述べましたが、少し日本の都市の状況について説明をさせていただきます。最近では東京都と隣接する神奈川県、千葉県、埼玉県を東京圏や首都圏などと定義することもよくあり、この1都3県の総人口は3600万人以上に及び、日本の人口の約 30% を占め、東京都は世界最大の都市と言われております。そんな政治、経済、文化の中心地として知られる東京で仏教を信仰し、奉仕する喜びは大変大きなものであります。日本が抱える社会課題は環境、資源、労働、教育などと多岐にわたりますが、その中でも代表的なのが貧困問題、少子高齢化、人材不足、後継者不足、長時間労働、待機児童、介護問題などが連日話題として挙げられております。特に貧困問題は深刻であります。だからこそ貧困の克服について私たち宗門は SDGs の重要な課題として捉えております。単に教えを広めるだけでなく、社会問題について考え、問題解決に向けて主体的に参画していく姿勢は我が教団の基本理念に沿うものであります。さて、この素晴らしい機会にいくつかのテーマが掲げられておりますが、その中で仏教が私たちの日常生活にどのような意味をもたらすかについて、浄土真宗という日本浄土教の教えから考えてみたいと思います。この問いに答えるためには、私たちは毎日をどのように生きているのか、これを問う必要があります。毎日をどのように生きているのか振り返ってみますと、仏教の実践徳目の一つである慈悲の精神こそ、私たち日常においても最も重要視していると言えるかと思います。仏様の慈悲の心に学び、自らが主体的に実践していく態度は、時代がどのように目まぐるしく変化しても 変わらない部分であります。日本の社会問題に限らず、今日世界にはテロや武力紛争、経済格差、地球温暖化、核物質の拡散、差別を含む人権の抑圧など、世界規模の人類の生存に関わる困難な問題が山積しておりますが、これらの原因の根本は、仏様の慈悲の心とは程遠い私たちの無明煩悩にあります。残念ながら、私たちはこの命を終える瞬間まで、我欲にとらわれた煩悩具足の愚かな存在であり、仏様のようなとらわれのない完全に清らかな行いはできません。しかし、それでも仏様の慈悲に学び、実践していくことで、私たちは他者の喜びを自らの生き方を目指し、精一杯努力させていただく人間になるのです。その努力がどのように行動して現れ、実践していくのかについて、確実性はないでありましょう。しかし、自己中心的な考えや生活ではなく、仏様の知恵と慈悲により生かされていることに気づくことが大事であると考えております。すべての事象は、私が独りよがりに生きているのではなく、多くの命と皆様のおかげにより、この日常を送っております。すなわちそれは、法恩感謝の生活を送ることが、日常における私たちの大切な生き方であると言えます。最後に、私たちがよりどころとしている経典、仏説大無量寿経に説かれる、氷が無用という言葉を紹介いたします。これは、四川平和が主張されているお言葉であります。宗祖親鸞上人は、世の中安穏なれというお言葉をお示しになり、自らが非戦平和を願い、行動されたお方だと信じております。私たちもその親鸞上人の行動に学び、平和が訪れることを願ってやみません。改めてここに参集の皆様と仏法を世界へ伝え広めていることを念じます。今日は大変貴重なご縁をありがとうございました。This year, Shinla Shonin born 850-year memories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Professor Nakao Shihao. Now I would like to invite Professor Carlo Lux from Brazil. So he has a wide range of commitments and backgrounds spanning politics, academia, and Buddhism. He has also been the deputy mayor of a major city in Brazil. And at the moment, he is the president of Belgium Buddhist Association, as well as the vice president of European Buddhist Union. So I would like to request Professor Dr. Carlo to give his presentation. The title of his presentation is History and the Current Account of Buddhism in Belgium and in Europe. Thank you, Professor Carlo.
Thank you very much. I'm not yet a professor, but anyway. Eminences, Rinpoches, Excellencies, Venerables, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I just want to avoid any confusion. In the program it says President of Belgium. So just to make sure I'm not... I have been in politics, but I have no intention to become President of Belgium, because anyway, Belgium has no president, it's a king. So I cannot become a king, I'm not born in a royal family, maybe in some future life, but there's little chance. There have been lots of contacts between ancient Greece which is the birthplace of the European civilization and Buddhism, especially since the reign of Alexander the Great in the 3rd century before our era, he conquered an enormous empire stretching from Greece and Egypt to northwest India. The Greek philosopher Pyrrho of Elis traveled with Alexander the Great and seems to have had extensive contacts with Buddhists in India at the time. There has been since then mutual influence between Greek and Buddhist philosophers until the 3rd century of our common era. During the Roman Empire, Buddhist influences were also present. There are indeed reports of the presence of Buddhist monks in Alexandria and in Rome until the 3rd century of our era. The history of Buddhism in Europe really began in the 19th century, primarily because of the interest aroused by the Buddha's teachings amongst intellectual and philosophical circles. It is from the 20th century onwards that the Dharma was adopted as a way of life, study, and practice by a constantly growing number of Europeans. During the first half of the 20th century, it was mainly the Theravada tradition that was taking roots in several European countries. From 1950 onwards, the Sanskrit Sutra traditions were getting more and more established, and especially since the 1960s, the Zen traditions and the Tibetan Buddhist schools have become widely adopted by Westerners in all European countries, as well as in the United States, Canada, Latin America, Oceania, and more recently also in Africa. In 1975, the European Buddhist Union was founded as an international umbrella association of Buddhist organizations and national Buddhist unions in Europe. Its mission is to facilitate international exchange and promote spiritual friendship amongst European Buddhists, to support social action and ideas motivated by Buddhist values, and to amplify the voice of Buddhism in Europe and worldwide. The European Buddhist Union has presently over 50 member organizations of all Buddhist traditions and 14 national Buddhist unions, representing over 5 million European Buddhists. On the political level, since 2018, the European Buddhist Union is taking actively part in what is known as the Article 17 of the Lisbon Treaty dialogue between the European institutions in Brussels and the European religious and philosophical organizations. On the side of the European Commission, the European Buddhist Union is invited twice a year to a high-level meeting by the Vice President of the Commission, together with the heads of the European religious and philosophical organizations, in order to discuss the social, economical, and political issues facing the European Union. The next high-level meeting to which the European Buddhist Union is invited will be on 18th January. In the European Parliament, the European Buddhist Union is regularly invited to take the floor in public meetings organized in the framework of the Article 17 dialogue. These meetings concern topics of general interest like the environment, the future of Europe, migration, artificial intelligence, and so on. In 2022, I have just been invited to take the floor in the European Parliament to present the Buddhist point of view on the European policy of animal welfare. From 2021 to beginning 2023, the European Buddhist Union has organized, together with the European Jewish Congress, the Conference of European Churches, and the Muslim organization Faith Matters, a vast campaign in 18 European Union member states on the protection of places of worship. This campaign received an important grant from the European Commission. Since 2022, the European Buddhist Union has changed its seat from Paris to Brussels in order to be present in the capital of Europe, where the European institutions have their main working place. It is through our participation in interfaith dialogue, through our presence at European seminars and conferences, and through regular meetings with European top politicians and decision makers that we make the voice of Buddhism heard within European institutions. For example, on 27 May 2021, the European Buddhist Union President, Vice President, and myself had the privilege of having a 45 minutes meeting with the European Parliament's first Vice President, Roberta Metsola, who was at that time in charge of the Article 17 dialogue. She was very interested and asked many questions about Buddhism. In January 2022, after our meeting, Roberta Metsola, was elected President of the European Parliament, which she is still up to the present. In 2022, the European Buddhist Union has adopted the legal form of an international non-profit association established through a royal decree signed by King Philip of Belgium. Like elsewhere in Europe, it was in the late 60s and early 70s that in Belgium the Buddha Dharma was firmly taken roots, with the creation of temples and centers belonging to the Theravada, Mahayana and Vajrayana traditions. When Akung Tulku Rinpoche, my teacher, told me in 1977 that it would be of great benefit to receive His Holiness the 16th Karmapa in the capital of Europe, I co-founded the Kagyu Samye Dzong Center in Brussels, for which I'm still responsible. Since that time, we had the visits of many of the highest lamas of all Tibetan traditions, among which His Holiness the Dalai Lama, but also many other eminent Buddhist masters like Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh and Venerable Dr. Rawata Dhamma. In 1997, the Buddhist Union of Belgium was founded with the aim of getting Buddhism officially recognized. Like the other recognized religions and philosophies in Belgium, Buddhism will then benefit from a status in which its representatives are being paid by the Belgian government, as is already the case for the Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, and Anglican priests, the Jewish rabbis, the Muslim imams, and the free-thinking counselors. According to an opinion poll held in 2009 on a population of 11 million Belgians, 150,000 consider themselves as practicing Buddhists, and 600,000 are sympathizers, meaning that they already have read a book, attended a conference, or feel attracted to Buddhist philosophy. The recognition by the Belgian government also gives the right to have Buddhist chaplains in prisons, in hospitals, and in the army, and to organize teaching of Buddhism in public schools. The request for recognition has been submitted to the Belgian Minister of Justice in 2006. It is important to mention that the Belgian Constitution, in its Article 181, allows the recognition on the one hand of religions, on the other hand of non-confessional philosophies. These are the two only choices. Up till recently, only the Free Thinkers organization has been recognized as non-confessional philosophy. Contrary to the Abrahamic religions, as you all know, monotheistic, Buddhism does not believe in a God creator, does not have any dogma, and gives priority to understanding rather than blind faith. That is why the 40 member associations of the Belgian Buddhist Union chose unanimously to be recognized not as a religion, but as a non-confessional philosophy. The fact that Buddhism is considered worldwide as one of the world religions is a result of the fact that the Western colonial powers and the Christian missionaries in the 19th century, judging from the outer aspects and without investigating the Buddhist teachings seriously, they considered Buddha to be a god instead of a human being who has reached enlightenment. The terminology of religion necessarily implies the existence of a God creator and does not allow any questioning of this belief. Buddhists do not consider themselves as believers, contrary to the followers of the Abrahamic religions. Nevertheless, Buddhism is spirituality, but instead of serving a supreme being, as you all know, its aim is to attain understanding of the real nature of the mind and thus realize primordial wisdom inseparable from limitless compassion and loving kindness. As is stated in the Kalama Sutra, Sakyamuni Gautama Buddha himself drew attention on the necessity of understanding rather than believing when he answered to the Kalama people who asked him who to believe. Since our time is limited, I will only quote the last part of his well-known sutra, quoting the Buddha. Do not believe in anything merely on the authority of your teachers and elders, but after observation and analysis, where you find that anything agrees with reason and is conducive to the good and the benefit of one and all, then accept it and live up to it. The same principle, said the Buddha, must be applied to his own teachings. On 30 September 2020, the current Belgian government formally included the recognition of Buddhism in the government declaration of its political program. At the occasion of this most auspicious time of holding the International Sangha Forum, I am extremely happy to be able to announce that last Friday, on 15 December, the Council of Ministers has approved the final text of the law on the recognition of Buddhism in Belgium. This week, King Philip of Belgium will propose a law for adoption by the Belgian Parliament. It is my sincere hope that this recognition will have become reality beginning 2024, since it will mark an important milestone in the history of Buddhism in Belgium and in Europe. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Carlo. Now I have here Venerable Dittisampanno Mahathero. Venerable Dittisampanno is a professor at STIAB Samaratunga University since 2004, and he also holds and held many administrative positions as well. And he is also associated with many academic institutions and organizations. He imparts knowledge on meditation, Vinaya Tripitaka, Buddhist history, and Indonesian Buddhist heritage. I would like to request Venerable Dittisampanno, please make your presentation. And your presentation, interestingly, his topic is Buddhayana, intersectarian movement of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Namo Sangyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa, Namo Sarve Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya. Ruwaneka Binika Winuwus Buddha Wiswa Binika Rukwaring Apan Kena Pawarnosen Mangka Ning Jinatwa I Siwa Tatwa Tunggal Binika Tunggal Ika Tanhana Dharma Mangroa. My homage to all of the Buddha, all of the Bodhisattva, Mahasattva. My respectful to all of the Master, Gesela, all of the Mahathera, Acharya. Today, I'm very thankful for the committee that's invited me to sharing about our activity, the Buddhayana movement in Indonesia. Actually, historically, Buddhism, as we know, as one philosophical value that teach by the Buddha. And then in the development of the Buddha, the Buddhism, if I take some the classification of the history by Professor Suzuki, that he divided history of Buddhism as two parts, early Buddhism and also the school of Buddhism. So from the histories, we also know that Buddhism spirited and divided into many of schools and traditions. And if I'm not wrong, that is about after 1st century until 5th century, they have many of tradition, about more than 18 tradition school. And then we we know the big tradition in Buddhism, that is Theravada, Vajrayana, and also Mahayana. It comes from the second Sangha Council that's divided into two schools, that is Staviravada and also Mahasangika. And next, in Indonesia, that is during 1st until 10th century, as it's the golden age of Buddhism. And the time Buddhism and Siwais that grow up together, then as we know, in Indonesia we have many of Siwa and Buddhist and also Brahmanism temple. That's and the time with the many school and tradition that, but how to harmonize life, to harmony. We live to harmony, and so the poem that I read and in the first of my speaking, that come from the book of Sutasoma by Mpu Tantular. This is one scholar, I think Buddhist scholar during this century, that they're talking about that even we are all schools, this Siwa and Buddha as different in different of the methods, but actually we are the one Dharma. This is Tanhana Dharma Mangrua. No Dharma is different, but only one Dharma that's it's similar Dharma. So Bhinneka Tunggal Ika means even all is different, but united in one Dharma or united in diversity. Next. And in the beginning of Buddhist propagation in Indonesia during colonialism, many of Buddhist school was grew up from overseas. This in here Theravada by Bhante Narada Mahatera in 1934, and then Mahayana and Chinese tradition. It's Buddha Jawi. Buddha Jawi is the school of Buddhism come from Majapahit and Sriwijaya period that still alive until now in Bali Island. And then also have Taoism and Confucianism. Because of political reason, Buddhism, Tao, and Confucianism built one organization named Samkau or Tridharma. So at the time, Buddhism, Tao, and Confucianism unite, become one organization. Next. And then after that we come to our topic, this Budayana. What is Budayana? Actually, Budayana initiated by Most Venerable Asin Cendrakita. He is one disciple of the Mahasi Sayadaw. Actually, he was ordained, become novice in Chinese tradition with Penjing Phasa. And then after that, by Penjing Phasa, he sent to Myanmar to study Theravada Buddhism under Mahasi Sayadaw. And then the Budayana is come from the word of Buddha and Yana. Buddha is, we as now, Buddha is our religions, our teachers. That's the Buddha, and also Yana is mean part. So this is the part of the Buddha. Okay, the part of the Buddha. So our Budayana movement is where we want to how. Even we have many traditions in Theravada, Mahayana, or Vajrayana, but we have same goal to attain Nibbana or to attain the Buddhahood. So, Budayana is the new paradigm of harmonious life in Buddhism, because Budayana is intersectarian movement with respectfully of differentiation in the school of Buddhism. So, next. And then the pioneer of Budayana, the movement is, the first is in organizational is we call the Sangha Order, Sangha Agung Indonesia or Indonesia Mahasangha, and Indonesian Budayana Council. Actually, Saga Agung Indonesia is initiated by Most Venerable Asyid Saudara kita in 1959 when he invited 13 monks from overseas, that's Mahasi Sayadaw, and then Venerable Narada Mahathira, and also about some monk, Somdet Prah Chaunat from Cambodia, and then another one from Thailand, also another one from Sri Lanka, and one from Japan. One Japan is Venerable Bunki Kimura. Then their monk is give order to Indonesian people to become monks, and then after that, because of we have the five monks already, so Most Venerable Asyid Saudara kita make or build Indonesian Sangha. And then now our Sangha Agung Indonesia is consists of the Sangha from three traditions. So our member is come from especially from three traditions. There's from Mahayanism and nuns, and then Theravadin, and also Vajrayana monks. In one of monk come with me is he become the chief or the chairman of or Nayaka Vajrayana in our Sangha Agung Indonesia. Except that now our organization from Sangha, and then we help it by Indonesian Budaya Councils, that is come from the Council of Lay Peoples of Budayana, and they help us to propagate Buddhism. Buddhism until on 36 province. There's from Indonesia all around of the country, and then we have representatives of the province, this 36 province, and then cooling down until district and sub-district. Now we about 1,000 and monastery and Buddhist center who under our organization. Next. So actually, if in my presentation, many of picture, but because of time, so I think this is my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and if you have question, please after this. Thank you. May all being be happy, be free from suffering. Sapi sata bhavantu sukhitata. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Good afternoon. Namo Sanibudaya, Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, Venerable Ditta Sampanna Mahathero. Now, actually, we are late by, still we are late by about 15 minutes. So, however, I think before tea break, we would like to have some questions to give opportunity to some couple of questions. So, please, there are two mics. The Karishogurvene. Tuwa nange yuwe na tanda sungshe nange ka drupu tsoli ya tuwa nange yuwe na de tanda mic di chongi liya yu di tholi ya dinarona kontinarona. There are two mics standing on two sides. So please, if you have questions or comments or anything like that, please come forward. Please introduce yourself. And the question should be as brief as possible, not without any explanation or details. Please, yes.
Tashdile, thank you very much, Gela, for the opportunity. My name is Karma Children, and I'm from Malaysia. I have a question for the only Bhikshuni on stage. This is regarding the Atta Garu Dharma. Just wanted to ask you a very simple question. Do you think that the Buddha actually promulgated these 8 Garu Dharmas, or was it a later addition? As Buddhism became, the nuns, the Bhikshunis order became more and more at once. So these rules were later addition. So that's all my question is. Thank you.
Yeah.
I try my best to express my opinion in English because English is not my mother language, so I cannot fluently and fully to express my opinion. I don't think that the Atha Garudharma was established by the Buddha. Yeah. And I write many papers to analyze about this opinion. For example, one of the Atha Garudharma is said that all bhikkhunis cannot blame bhikkhus. And I think that it's no problem that every bhikkhu and bhikkhuni cannot blame any people. So it's not only for the bhikkhunis. And so I think that is invade rules. And another opinion is, another example is the Buddha's aunt, Gautami. Once the Bhikkhuni Sangha invited the two bhikkhus to give the training, the Dhamma talk. But the 6 bhikkhus talked nonsense. And Gautami is a very think it's not suitable, so she argued to the Buddha. And the Buddha had not stopped her to talk about the bhikkhu's mistake. And he called the bhikkhus and asked the situation, all the situation. Then he blamed the bhikkhus. So we cannot say that bhikkhunis cannot talk about the bhikkhu's mistake. Even the lay people, lay women can tell the Sangha what they see, they hear, or they suspect the bhikkhu's mistakes. Why bhikkhunis cannot do so? So many examples in my papers. I just explain and respond for this. Okay?
Thank you. So, is there any other question? Yes, please. This has to be the last question because we are running short of time. Actually, the next session has to be here at 3 o'clock. So it is just 7 minutes to 3. So please go ahead.
Yes, respected venerables, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity and conference. My question is also inspired by Bhikkhuni's wonderful paper, and since we're talking about Buddhism in the 21st century, I was a little bit shocked also to see no woman on the stage this morning. And to only see one woman on the stage now, where women make up 50% of the world's population and are a real expression of love and compassion and wisdom. So my question would be addressed to the organizing Rinpoches, how to bring more balance into Buddha Dharma, especially on a higher level like sitting on the stage. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable. This is you could not hear, right? So, can you come forward, please, and be brief with your question? She could not hear, Venerable.
Yes, but the
Your
question...
question is to her.
No,
right?
the question was to you. The question was
To
inspired
me?
by her. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please come. I could not hear you.
Okay. So I was wondering...
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this wonderful conference. But inspired by her talk, I was surprised to see only one woman on stage today, and in the morning there was no woman on stage at all. And we are in the 21st century. We are in the 21st century. Women make up 50% of the world's population, and women are a natural expression of love and compassion in union with wisdom.
Please, yes.
So how can we, in the common years, have a more equal gender spread on stage as well?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think this question goes to the organizers, not to the chairperson. So I will report this to the organizers. Thank you very much. So with this, I thank each of the presenters and speakers for their deliberation and wonderful presentations. This shows itself that the issues which are addressed with diversity, and we can say in a way at the global level, the diversity can be seen, and also geographically they come from all different kind, the parts of the world. So Buddhism really, in this very particular session, we can see the diversity and plurality and addressing the issues of different types. So with this, I really thank each of the speakers. Thank you very much. And also the presence of His Eminence, Changzi Choji Rinpoche, being here for the whole session, I would like to express my gratitude for his presence.
Thank you very much for all the wonderful speakers. Now I would like to request Gyabje Changzi Choji Rinpoche to present a certificate of appreciation to the chairperson as well as the speakers. So I will call the speakers by their name, and then please stand up and receive the certificate from Gyabje Changzi Choji Rinpoche. Gyabje Changzi Choji Rinpoche diringi zegoliya chugyu naote pema sebe gyawa sangpo chongsong ani Rinpoche liya diring zego songshe nange zoliya chagir dus cheche piro nangas cheche gyamju shuayi tangbuti songshe nange tangbuti zogyongwa geshe ngawa samdela. Professor Venerable Geshe Ngawa Samdela, the chairperson for this session. Next, Venerable Yangdien Rinpoche for his talk on the thoughts of His Holiness Dalai Lama related to the 21st century Buddhist. Next, Professor Venerable Raluve Padmashri Tero. Next, Professor Venerable Shi Cao Hui. Next, Reverend Professor Shiho Nakao. Next, Mr. Carlo Luix. Next, Mr. Carlo Luix. And last but not the least, Venerable Diti Sampano Mahathera. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone in the audience. So we have a photo session with the panelists. Thank you. So originally we are supposed to reconvene at 3, but since it's already 3 now, we'd like to, we can have a break until 3:15. So please come back here at 3:15. Thank you. And so the next, it will be the same topic or theme, and it will be moderated by Venerable Mahayana An. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Venerable. Thank you. Thank you, Venerable.
All the best for the program.
Thank you.
It's going well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
16.
distinguished guests. So we're going to start our next session in about 5 minutes. So I would like to ask all the speakers to get ready, and I would call each speaker up once we start at 3:30. So that's in about 5 minutes. We'll start the next session. Thank you. Good afternoon, all our distinguished guests and our sanghas that are gathered here today. We are going to start our second session for today, continuing on our theme, interpreting ancient wisdom across cultural perspective. So we're going to see how the Buddha Dhamma can be translated and be implemented in our time and era. So we're going to start off this session by having our chairperson, our moderators, and our guest speakers to be invited on stage. So first of all, I would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Sewang Kyopo Arya, to take the stage as our chairperson for this session. Please. Dr. Sewang Kyopo Arya is the representative of His Holiness the Dalai Lama for Japan and East Asia. And before this, he has served as the Secretary of the Department of Information and International Relations and the Director of the Tibet Policy Institute of the Central Tibetan Administration in Dharamshala, India. And for our speakers for this session, I would like to invite, first of all, Venerable Kum Gang, the chairman of the Acharya Committee for Education, Jongyed Order of South Korea, to take the stage. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Karma Tashi Cherdron, the Deputy Director of Education at the Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia, to take the stage as our second speaker. And our third speaker, Venerable Mahavira Ratanapala Dero, the visiting lecturer of Postgraduate Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Peradeniya in Sri Lanka. So, Dr. Mahavira. Our fourth speaker, I would like to invite Most Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena, the Abbot of Dhammavihara, Mexico, and Spiritual Director of Buddhismo Theravada in Mexico. And for our fifth speaker, I would like to invite Venerable Professor Wangchuk Dorje Negi, the Vice Chancellor of Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies in Sarnath, Varanasi, India. Our sixth speaker, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Ratneswar Shakma, the General Secretary of Buddhist Thai Bharat Society in Bodhgaya, Bihar in India, to take the stage. And our seventh speaker for this session, I would like to invite Reverend Professor Inui Ryonin, the Professor of Esoteric Buddhism at Koyasan University, Japan, to take the stage. And on this occasion of our gathering, I would like to invite Venerable Bodhinanta Buni, the Abbot of Wat Pa Puthakaya, the Thai Wat Pa Puthakaya Monastery, to please take the stage as our guest of honor for this session. So I would like to hand over the stage for Dr. Sewang Kyopo Arya to please lead us in this session of discussions. Thank you.
Namo Buddha and Tashitilek, and good afternoon. And with great respect to the learned abbots, rinpoches, bhikshus and bhikshunis and scholars and a participant from the different countries, as introduced by the moderator, Venerable Mahayana, I am
Sawang Gyalpo Arya, representative of the Liaison Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama for Japan and East Asia. So it's a great honor to welcome you all to this second session of today's forum, that is Interpreting Ancient Buddhist Wisdom, Cross-Cultural Perspectives. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for organizing this timely forum to discuss the Buddhism and its role in promoting peace and harmony in the world, and for giving me this opportunity to chair this session also. We are already behind the times, so as Professor Ngawang Samdela has said that I also need to shrink what I have to say so that we get on time. So I would like to save some minutes for Q&A also. But as for the sessions, as you all know, the Buddhism was born in India, and India is known as Arya Bhumi, that is the land of the noble beings. And we are all very fortunate and blessed that His Holiness the Dalai Lama was with us this morning and blessed the forum. And we are also at the very place where 2,500 years ago, our great master, teacher, Lord Buddha, practiced, preached, and attained the enlightenment. And from India, Buddhism spread to the neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Central Asian countries, Nepal, Tibet, China, Mongolia, Japan, Korea, and the Mekong countries of Burma, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and many other countries. But today's session is a cross-cultural perspectives. As Buddhism spread to the different countries, so Buddhism interacted with the local culture and the local teaching and the local faiths. So by interacting with these local countries, there has been little change in interpretations and change in the perspective also. But it has enriched the concept and the culture and the wisdom of exploring and understanding the mind and the law of interdependencies. So I will not take much time because already Professor Champasamte has explained more about it. But what I would like to share is one thing is that His Holiness the Dalai Lama usually used to say that we have to see the Buddhism from three perspectives. That is Buddhism as a science, Buddhism as a philosophy, and Buddhism as a religion. So in many ways, especially in a Western country, they say that Buddhism is not a religion, Buddhism is a science of mind. Because Buddha, he himself has said, in Tibetan stanza, it says that Gelong Dagan Kenam Ki Sekche Darwa Seshintus, Lekwartalang Ayikas, Lamar Shayu means. So it roughly says that all the bhikshus and bhikshuni and all the scholars, so just like the goldsmiths, they cut the gold, burn to see the real purity of the gold. So you too have to let my teaching go under these rigorous tests to see whether it is right or not. Only then you have to believe. Just believing that because Buddha has said is not good. So this is the kind of the Buddha he has said, and it is said that Buddhism is more of a science of mind than a religious faith. The famous scientist Albert Einstein has said that in this world, if there is any religion that can go with the science, then it is Buddhism. So that kind of things are there. That kind of perspective also we need to explore. Now today, we are going to discuss on these same topics, and we have 7 distinguished speakers from different countries, and they will speak about the perspective of from their own countries and the status of Buddhism in their countries. and each speaker will have 10 minutes. And I said that we have to be very particular about the time, and especially in this cross-cultural perspective. So the seven speakers will present their own paper. These papers are, as I have seen, it's quite long, but then they will try to summarize their long presentation in 10 minutes. So I welcome you to all this, to this session. And the first speaker I would like to introduce is, oh, just a minute, sorry. So I will introduce the speaker from the dais. So let me welcome you all to this second sessions of these forums.
거룩한 부처님께
So for the first speaker, we have Venerable Kumgang from South Korea. So Venerable Kumgang is the chairman of the Acharya Committee for Education, Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism, and is a professor of Jung'ang Sangha University. He is the director of the Buddhist Cultural Library and former standing representative of the Committee for Promoting the visit of His Holiness the Dalai Lama to South Korea. So he will speak on the role of Buddhism in 21st century modern society. Venerable Kumgang, please, floor is yours.
거룩한 부처님께 기의합니다. 깨달음의 가르침에 기의합니다. 청정한 승가에 기의합니다.
나무 부다, 나무 달마, 나무 상가.
2600년 전은 부처님 시대, 철기 시대였습니다. 농기구가 발달되어져서 농업이 성행했고요. 그러면서 욕망과 갈등이 시작됐습니다. 또 무기가 개발되어지면서 전쟁이 시작되어졌습니다. 고의 문제가 시작되어졌을 때 석가모니 부처님의 가르침을 통해서 평화롭고 행복한 시대가 2600년이나 되었습니다.
Past 2600 years ago, the era of the Iron Age, agriculture developed. Our human start facing the conflict between each region. Later, the weapons comes out. The world start. In the past, we follow the Shakyamuni teachings, living the peaceful life. Now, this century is the problem.
그래서 이 논문을 작성하게 됐습니다.
So that's why he's write this researching paper.
21세기 인류학자들이 지금의 시대를 규정하는데 위기의 시대라고 규정을 했습니다. 복합 위기, 다중 위기. 이러한 위기들은 징후가 있습니다. 전쟁과 무력 충돌, 러시아와 우크라이나 전쟁, 이스라엘과 팔레스타인 전쟁, 그리고 미국과 중국의 신냉전 시대, 그리고 선진국의 보호무역주의, 사회적 약자에 대한 폭력, 그리고 사회 양극화가 시작되어졌습니다. Next. 그래서 이런 위기는 바로 메가 트렌드가 있습니다. 넥스트. 넥스트. 네. 21세기 메가 트렌드는 바로 첫 번째로 탈진실, 포스트듀스, 또 탈생태, 포스트 이코시스템, 탈인간, 포스트 휴먼, 이것들을 통해서 생태 위기, 이컬러지컬 클라이서스, 그리고 또 경제 위기, 이코노믹 크라이서스, 그리고 리소스 컬처 클라이시스, 이 탈진실이라고 하는 것은 정보화 사회, 정보가 과잉되어지고 왜곡되어졌을 때 진실이 붕괴되고 신뢰가 붕괴되는 그런 시대입니다. 그리고 탈생태라고 하는 것은 환경 파괴, 기후변화, 자원 고갈, 탈인간은 인간이 소외되고 고립이 증가되는 시대를 이야기를 합니다. 넥스트. 넥스트. 탈진실은 포스트듀스 사회적 문화적 위기를 만들어냅니다. 탈진실은 정보의 과잉, 왜곡과 연결되어 있으면서 보다 근본적으로 진실과 가짜의 경계가 무너져 버립니다. 그리고 정보통신 기술과 AI, 알고리즘의 결합으로 인해서 인간은 더 이상 정보를 통제할 수 없는 시대가 됐습니다. 그리고 탈진실은 신뢰의 붕괴와 이어지고 사회 문화적으로 위기가 생겨나는 것이죠. 그래서 세계 곳곳에서 가짜 뉴스가 수없이 생산되어지고 그것으로 인해서 갈등이 심화되어지고 그래서 서로 혐오하는 그런 시대입니다. 두 번째로는 탈생태, 포스트 이코시스템, 환경 파괴, 기후변화, 자원 고갈, 이 과학의 발달로 인해서 만들어진 것들입니다. 그런데 우리는 아직도 이 과학이 기후변화를 회복시켜 줄 수 있다고 생각하는 사람들이 많습니다. 지구공학으로 해서 만들어진 위기가 다시 지구공학으로 다시 회복될 수 있다고 하는 것은 굉장히 큰 잘못된 가치관입니다. 더 이상 머뭇거릴 시간이 없습니다. 탄소 제로, 탄소 네거티브 전환, 이게 혁신적으로 변화되지 않으면 안 됩니다. 기존의 생활 양식과 가치관이 혁신되어져야 이 위기를 극복할 수 있습니다. 세 번째로는 탈인간입니다. 포스트 휴먼. 한국에서는 이 청년들이요, 집 방 안에서 6개월 이상 나오지 않는 청년들이 얼마 전에 발표를 했는데 53만 명이나 그렇습니다. 됐어요. 기술 발전에 따라서 인간이 소외되고 불평등이 증가되어지고 있습니다. AI에 의존하는 게 높아지고 있고 그리고 미디어에 중독되어지고 또 핸드폰이라든지 이런 그런 데 의존하면서 서로 조화롭게 사는 것이 점점이 무너지고 있습니다. 넥스트. 네, 포스트 듀스, 이코시스템, 포스트 휴먼, 이것으로 인해서 위기, 클라이서스가 만들어지게 되죠. 그리 돼서 레츠그레이드 이제 점점 퇴행하고 또 멸망하게 되는 시대까지 가게 되어집니다. 넥스트. 그래서 불교적 해법이 필요합니다. 부처님의 근본 가르침을 통해서 이것을 극복하는 것이죠.
So that's why we need the fundamental teachings of Buddhism for the crisis we're facing right now.
팔리어 전통에서의 무아와 연기법, 산스크리트 전통에서의 평등 사상, 또 선 전통에서는 불성을 중요하게 여기고 있습니다.
Dependent originations and non-self is the Pali traditions Buddhism main teachings practice. Equality is Sanskrit tradition Buddhism main teachings and practice. And the Buddha nature is Chan Buddhism's tradition, practice, and teaching. Overall, this is the 21st century's Buddhism's practice that can overcome the problem that we face right now.
Next. 생태이기는 부처님의 연기 원리로 조화롭게 회복해서 인간 세계와 또 조화로움이 훼손된 것을 회복할 수 있는 가르침이고, 넥스트. 사회 문화적 위기는 바로 서로에 대한 불신과 오해, 혐오, 폭력, 이 탈진실을 계속 증폭시키고 있는데요. 누구에게나 진실한 불성을 가지고 있다고 하는 가르침을 통해서 이 사회 문화적 위기를 극복할 수 있습니다. 넥스트. 세 번째는 경제적 위기를 극복하는 방법으로는 바로 평등 사상과 선불교 전통에 있는 불성 사상이 이것을 극복할 수 있습니다. 그래서 양극화와 불평등을 극복하고 공평한 분배, 경제적 평등을 추구할 수 있습니다. 넥스트. 그래서 위기를 메가트렌드를 통해서 불교적 가치의 해법으로 적용 가능한 불교 가치를 바로 연기와 불성, 평등과 불성, 연기와 불성을 통해서 이 위기를 극복할 수 있도록 하는 연구를 지금 하고 있습니다. 네, 여기까지 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Oh, thank you very much, Venerable Kumga, for your nice presentations. And now the next speaker we have is Venerable Mahavela Ratnapala Thero from Sri Lanka. Venerable Mahapala Thero is a visiting lecturer at the University of Paradeniya, Sri Lanka. He is a Deputy Secretary of the Malwata chapter of Sinium Pali Fraternity and Executive Member of the Supreme Sangha. Oh, sorry. Sorry for it. So we have a next speaker is Venerable Dr. Karmatashi Chodun from Malaysia. So Dr. Karmatashi Chodun is an assistant professor in development studies at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, and the deputy director of education at the Vajrayana Buddhist Council of Malaysia. She is also a religious advisor to the Mahayanese Buddhist Conciliative councils. Dr. Karma Tashi Chudinla, please.
Namo Buddhaya and Tashidele to all members of the Mahasangha present here today, my brothers and sisters in the Dharma. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present. The topic you already know, yeah? So you can skip the first 2 slides, please. I'm co-authoring this paper actually with my scholar from Bhutan, my teacher, Venerable Dr. Tenzin Daden. So the credit for this paper not only goes to me, but also to my teacher. So please, next slide, please. So I begin the discourse today. We live in the 21st century, so whatever that we do in the 21st century is now guided from 2015 to 2030 by the Sustainable Development Goals, or better known as SDGs. So the 5th goal of the SDG is gender equality. So this presentation will analyze Buddhism from the lens of SDG and gender equality. Next. So my question to you is, do the teachings of the Buddha expound gender equality? This is for you to find out, yeah? But Buddhist philosophy is very clear that actually gender is irrelevant in the pursuit of enlightenment. And Buddhism has a monastic institution for which I'm a part of, for both men and women to be free from the drudgery of family life and lay struggle so that we can practice the Dharma. Next slide. However, there are also some texts and some prevailing attitudes within Buddhism that prevent women from achieving their highest potential human development. So we have texts, for example, that hold on to one sex, like one's caste or class, presents no barrier to attaining the Buddhist goal of liberation from suffering, which means that everyone is equal because men and women actually have the same mind. But then again, we come to institutional androcentrism, meaning that it is male-centric. So women can become Sangha, but we have got to be regulated, as what Bhikshuni before me already mentioned about the 8 Garudhammas and all. We still have a persistent problem for lack of access to full ordination in the Tibetan tradition, and also lack of access to systematic monastic education. So these are some prevailing issues. And more serious than that is what Sponberg actually refers to as ascetic misogyny. Anti-feminine elements. So elements in Buddhist texts, whether it is Sanskrit or Pali texts, which imply that women are temptresses, impure, jealous, lustful, and if women were to be allowed freely, that the women will transgress and make the monk transgress their precepts, etc., etc. Next slide, please. So ascetic misogyny are those kinds of texts which actually talk about women's innate traits, as if women were actually, like men's practice, dependent on women, yeah? So next. So just to give you an example, so this is actually coming from a 17th century hagiography of Guru Padmasambhava, and the author is Nyangral Nyimawazir. So this is actually taken from Schaeffer 2004. So if you're struggling to understand what ascetic misogyny is, this is how it is. So it's like the place where a young boy goes is a monastery, the place where a young girl goes is a new husband's home. So then you can see the gender disparities, the inequalities already. Next. And ascetic misogyny, again, another example. So in the same text, the hagiography, the Guru Padmasambhava is purportedly reported as saying, learning spinning and weaving is for you, do not create this mental suffering, when talking to one of his disciples. So this is 17th century hagiography of an 8th century master. So next, please. I'm not quite sure why my PowerPoint slides are turning out to be strange on the internet, on here. So, but the great yogi, Tibetan yogi Milarepa said that woman is essentially wisdom, source of spontaneous prajna and subtle body. Never consider her inferior and strive especially to see her as Vajravarahi. So this is what I believe, yeah, and that the Buddha actually taught, that there's no fundamental difference between men and women in terms of mind. The differences are only in terms of physical. So therefore, essentialist views of men and women in monastic traditions and other Buddhist practices actually do not apply in Buddhism. Next. Skip. Next. Okay, we can skip this as well. So there is another interesting issue in Buddhist texts is the omission of female masters in Buddhist literature. So in early Buddhist literature, the Bhikshuni order was very well respected, produced numerous arhants, and women actually were helping to propagate the Dharma. So the attainments became a model for women in Buddhism, and it shattered the prevailing belief that women were not capable of spiritual attainments. However, somehow along the line, later, these women became forgotten or their stories were not recorded when patriarchy crept into monastic Buddhism, and then we see what happens next. Next. Okay, next please. Next. Okay, so there is a lack of biographical and hagiographical information on female masters in the Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism. Now what happened is that women, their stories were not recorded. So basically an example is, according to Martin, Laje Jobun was a 12th century female adept, an important lineage holder of the Kala Chakra Tantra of the Dro system. But her name was not mentioned as a lineage holder. So later, slightly later Kala Chakra history mentions her only as one of the minor lineage masters, but not actually the actual lineage holder. Next. Sorry, I have to. So there is well, my PowerPoint seems to be a more higher version than this PowerPoint, so everything is actually becoming superimposed, yeah? So I can give you my actual PowerPoint if anybody wants it. So here we have a phenomenon in Tibetan Buddhist texts and even actually general Pali Sanskrit texts about invisible women. So the concept is like this. So patriarchal monastic institutions did not consider women to be worthy subjects of patriarchy according to Gross. Yeah? This is not what I'm saying, but these are scholars before me. So where male is regarded as the norm and the female is regarded as the other. So women are presented only in relation to the experience of men. And therefore, guess what happens next? Is that the biographies of women are not recorded. The stories of women and male stories are recorded. So that is one of the reasons why women's contributions have been overlooked in the past 2,600 years. Next. So women actually played a very important role in Vajrayana Buddhism. Scores of Tibetan women practitioners actually achieved very high spiritual attainments, but only very few of them are known to us today. The stories are not recorded, and this is because the scholarship, Buddhist scholarship, I'm not only saying that Tibetan Buddhist scholarship per se, but Buddhist scholarship somewhere after the 1st century CE started becoming more and more androcentric. Next. Next, please. Thank you. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so here I give you one story of Ugyen Choki. I believe that she was a 17th century Tibetan nun. So she was one of 4 Tibetan women who actually wrote their own biography, autobiography. So she approached her teacher, Ugyen Tenzin, to help, because she was illiterate, she couldn't read and she couldn't write, so she asked him to write her life story, and then let's see what's the conversation next. What happens next? Next, please. So I have good reason to write a few words, she says, on my joys and suffering. Therefore, I pray of you, Master, write it down. But her teacher scolds her. He said, there's no reason to write a life for you, a woman. She responds, if I knew how to write, I would have a reason to write of my joys and suffering. So there was an attempt to silence women who wanted to write their liberation stories and their life stories. So this is what we call androcentrism. Next. So now, how do we actually have masters, female masters biography? So what happened is that they did not write their own biographies, and it was mostly extracted from their male students many generations down the line. So this has resulted in gaps in knowledge pertaining to women Buddhist practitioners. Their achievement and their contribution to their communities are actually very, it seems insignificant because actually no one recorded it. But it doesn't mean that women did not accomplish anything at all. So outside of monasticism, thank you. Outside of monasticism, next please. So Tibetan Buddhist women actually flourished as yoginis. So from the 7th century onwards, Tibetan yoginis started to become very prominent. Next please. So we see all these different practitioners. Next. Next. So the thing is just that it's not that women have no capability. It's just that their stories were not recorded. So for women who are craving to see role models in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, you might be surprised. In fact, there is a line in the book, Jamshu and Jingpo, which actually insinuates that Yeshe Sogyal was actually the first ever Tibetan to attain complete enlightenment, but please don't hold me accountable for it, but this is how I interpret it. So since Yeshe Sogyal, countless women in Tibet have attained great realizations, and it's just a matter of whether anybody has really recorded their stories or not. Next, please. I think I will just go to the next one. So there are, even until today, there are some disparities, So women are actually conferring initiations, teaching opportunities, ordination status, and all that you see here, the gendered designations, that a nun is always an ani, and a monk is always a lama, and this is actually very prevalent in my country, Malaysia. The moment they see me, oh, you're an ani. So ani actually, basically, if I understand correctly, my Tibetan language teacher is here. Actually, the ani system was actually referring to an aunt who was actually staying in the household of her brother and taking care of her brother's children. So she's actually, because she didn't have any place to go. So now, actually, we must raise awareness that the nuns should actually be addressed as Sunma or Chela, not Ani. And not all monks are actually lamas. So this is something which, there is a gender imbalance here. Next, please. Next, and there's also this insinuation that if a female is highly realized, she must be a dakini. But we never quite see it the other way around, as if a male is very highly realized, he could be a daka. But this terminology never actually comes up. So a woman realized, powerful is a dakini, but she may also be truku. So okay, next. So I just wanted to very, very quickly, I take another 30 seconds, that there are some disparities even within the lineage, even between females also. It's like there are more opportunities offered to women who are actually from the Himalayan cultural region, but there are also non-Himalayan nuns. I'm not speaking only for myself, but there are many in this room also, non-Himalayan nuns who lack certain access to practice. One or two more slides. Next, please. So the problems that we face in our respective countries, in Malaysia, for example, is like there are no nunneries for nuns, and that's because of sectarian differences, and also because of the lack of training, because we have to pay wherever we go, in the nunneries, in the Himalayas and other places. There are sustenance issues and also issues about living in isolation, and many women actually from the non-Himalayan nuns disrobe. Next, please. So the conclusion is that there are several gender gaps in Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhist literature and practice. This is not a criticism, it's just to raise an awareness. So Buddhist doctrines are actually rich in gender egalitarianism, but it's not entirely free from institutionalized male dominance and misogynistic elements. So Buddhist practice in the 21st century, if we want people to come and women to be attracted to Buddhism, we have to correct this gender imbalance. Otherwise, we're going to be left far behind in the race of the great religions of the world. So we have to address the nuns' low status in society, and also denying of monastic education, full ordination, non-Himalayan nuns, and many other issues related to not only nuns, but also lay women in Buddhism. So next, please. So next. So just very, very quickly, it's not that nuns did not achieve anything. Nuns have made great strides. We have Geshe-mas in this picture here who are also here with us today, which means that Tibetan Buddhism has made a breakthrough. So please do not think that I'm biased, but there are still gaps which need to be filled. So with this, I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karmatashi Chudunla. So the next speaker that we have is, which I mistaken before, is Venerable Mahavalya Ratnapala Thero from Sri Lanka. So Venerable Mahavalya Ratnapala Thero is a visiting lecturer at the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. He is a Deputy Secretary of Malvata chapter of Siamapali Fraternity and Executive Member of the Supreme Sangha Council, Malavata chapter of Siam Maha Nirkaya, Sri Lanka. He's going to talk on interpreting ancient Buddhist wisdom, philosophical perspectives. Venerable Mahavalya, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, all, the Most Honorable Sangha, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my presentation topic is interpreting ancient Buddhist wisdom, philosophical perspective, but due to the vastness of the scope of the subject, I thought it would be more beneficial to narrow it down to the discussion of linguistic perspective. Especially in this presentation, I would like to draw your attention on some of the linguistic pitfalls possible to fall in the process of interpreting the ancient Buddhist texts. Next slide, please. Yes, the translation is also type of interpretation. In this process of interpretation, as an interpreter, we should make sure ourselves that I am interpreting what the Buddha really intended. By the name of interpretation, if we are going to broad something else, or if you are going to explain something else than what the Buddha intended, it is not an interpretation, it will become a destruction or the corruption of the Buddha's teaching. In this process of translation or in this process of interpretation, there are different levels that we need to pay our attention on. Next slide, please. Next one. Especially, according to the Pali commentarial literature, it says that in the process of interpretation or in the process of elucidation or in making an exposition of the Buddha's teaching, there are several areas that we need to pay our attention on. It says, Vyanjana chaya mattang gahetva na bhagava abbāchikitabbo gambīraṅ buddha vacanaṅ ācariye pairupāsitva adippayato gahetabbaṅ. When you are going to interpret the Buddha's teaching, grabbing or grasping the shadow of letter or the literal meaning, if we would try to interpret the Buddha's teaching, we will be ended up a great mess. Because Buddha's teaching is very deep, therefore, we need to explain or interpret the Buddha's teaching after understanding the contextual meaning or the pragmatic meaning of the particular doctrinal fact. In this process, the proper association of the people who have a good understanding about this particular factor is very important. Next slide. In this process, there are two areas that we need to pay our attention on. One is called the literal meaning. In Pali commentaries, it is mentioned as yatha ruta atta or the vyanjana chaya. Literal meaning in the sense it is the surface meaning of a word or the lexical meaning. Then the second level of meaning is called the contextual meaning or the pragmatic meanings. In Pali, it is known as the sandaya bhasita or the adipayatta. This is what the intention of the author. The author made this particular statement keeping this type of intention in his mind. Therefore, when we are interpreting the Buddha's teaching, we need to make sure that I am not going to base only on the literal meaning, I am going to dig into the pragmatic meaning of the particular doctrinal point. In this case, I would like to quote some of the English translations done of several Pali verses. At the very outset, I would like to highlight and emphasize the fact that these quotations have been quoted here not in the intention of making any disparage to these authors. All of these authors have done a tremendous service for the promotion of Buddhist teachings. We are really in debt for their Yemen service rendered, but only for the purpose of pointing out what are the possible linguistic pitfalls can be fallen in. Next slide. So here I have taken one example, one verse from the Kevatta Sutta in the Digha Nikaya, in the first part of the Digha Nikaya. The verse is, Viññānaṁ anidassanam anantam sabbatopabaṁ etta apocha patavicha tejo vayona gadati. So this is the Pali verse. Then here I have taken two English translation of the particular verse. So here the term Viññāna has been rendered into English as consciousness. So the translation is consciousness where nothing appears, infinite, luminous all around, that is where water, earth, fire and air find no footing. In the PTS English translation, the same verse has been rendered into English as consciousness that is signless, limitless, all illuminating, then water, earth, fire, and wind find no footing. So there are three words that I want to highlight in this case: Viññānaṁ, Anidasanaṁ, and Sabbato Pabam. Here, Viññāna has been rendered into English as consciousness. Anidasanaṁ has been rendered into English in one translation as nothing appears, in the second translation as limitless. Then Sabbato Pabam has been rendered into English as luminous all around or all illuminating. Next slide. But when we go through the Pali commentaries, we can notice that here Viññāna does not indicate the consciousness. Here the term Viññāna has been used as a synonym for the Nibbana, the liberation. So understanding that as a consciousness is a miscomprehension. It is not what Buddha really intended in the usage of the term Viññāna in this particular context. And Anidasana, one slide back please. Anidasana, here it says Nidassana Abhavato Anidasana. But in the previous translation, you could see that term Anidasana has been rendered into English as nothing to appear or signless. But the intended meaning or the contextual meaning of the term Anidasana is there is nothing to compare with the Nibbana. It is incomparable. So that is the true or the proper meaning of the term Anidasana. Next slide. And Sabbato Pabam, which has been rendered into English as luminous all around or all illuminating. But according to the commentary, it says Sabbato Pabam. Paba means here a port or a harbor. There is entries from all around to this particular harbor or the fort. That is the meaning of Sabbato Pabam. So the proper translation of this particular verse should be according to this particular intention of the Buddha when realized the Nibbana, which is incomparable, limitless, and as a fort could enter from all sides, then water, earth, fire, and wind find no footing. But if we would go through the previous translation, could you please take 2 slides back? 2 slides back. One back. Okay. If we go through this particular translation, consciousness where nothing appears, infinite, luminous all around, that is where water, earth, fire, and air find no footing, then people would understand that in Buddhism also it teaches about undestructible and undescribable consciousness, which is completely contradict with the Buddha's teaching. So the point that I need to highlight in the process of interpreting the ancient Buddhist wisdom, we need to be very cautious in the process of understanding the intended meaning of the particular discourse or the particular text. Otherwise, being based on the lexical meaning or the literal meaning, if we would try to interpret the ancient wisdom, it is not an interpretation of ancient wisdom, it will become more of a corruption or the distortion of the ancient wisdom. So with this remark, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Venerable Mahavela Ratnapala Thero, for your nice presentation. So next speaker, the fourth speaker that we have with us is Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena. And Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena is an abbot of the monastery Dhamma Vihara, spiritual director and religious minister of Theravada Buddhism, Mexico. He studied the Pali language, Pali Canon, Tripitaka, Abhidharma, and meditation. He was ordained at Tungapula Khaba IA Monastery, Boulder Creek, California in 1991. In September 2023, he was appointed Vice President of the World Buddhist Supreme Conference. He will speak on the role of Buddhism in the 21st century in Spanish-speaking worlds. Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Members of the Sangha, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation is about the role of Buddhism in the 21st century in the Spanish-speaking world, but in the world. So, next one. So I come from a region where the Buddha Dhamma is relatively new. In Mexico, the Buddha's teachings arrived in the 1970s. That means that the Buddha's teachings is about 50 years old. Although, we can argue that Buddhism came to America and also to Europe with the migration currents at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, I think it is, especially in Mexico and also in the United States, the Buddha Dhamma starts to permeate the different part of society in the 70s. So the Buddha's teachings is about 50 years old. Next one. The case is the same in the other 20 Spanish-speaking countries, Spanish being one of the most widely spoken languages in the world, with 500 million native speakers and more than 560 million people who speak it as a second language. You can see in the map the countries that speak Spanish. In this part of the world, the Buddha Dhamma is relatively new, about half a century old. Next one. So I'm the abbot of the Dhamma Vihara. The Dhamma Vihara, this is an aerial picture of the Dhamma Vihara in Mexico, is the first Theravada monastery in the Spanish-speaking world. Next year we will celebrate 25 years. Next. Now, when we compare the history of the Buddha Dhamma in Mexico and the other Spanish-speaking countries with the long history of Buddhism, I'm in India now, in Bothgaya, it represents a mere speck of time. It is almost nothing. But we have an advantage. Next one. Buddhism arrived in Mexico and the rest of the Spanish-speaking countries recently, long after the other major religions. Mexico, even before the arrival of the Spanish conquerors, with its culture and religion, was the cradle of sophisticated, important civilizations like the Olmecs and the Mayas. And the case is similar for Peru, which was the birthplace of the Inca civilization. Next one. Now, although Buddhism came to the Spanish-speaking countries by the hand, like a child, of the three major traditions, Theravada, Mahayana, and Vajrayana, it also brought significant cultural traits from its countries of origin. Essentially, we can say that the West imported Buddhism together with its accompanying cultures. I think this is a very important point that I want to stress in this presentation. I think the West imported everything, not only Buddhism, but also the cultures of Buddhism. Next one. So when we speak about the role of the Buddha Dhamma in the 21st century, I think that this is very important. We need to contrast culturalism with universality. These two things, culturalism and universality, and we need to understand well, really well, which is which, because we will find the answer to the role of Buddhism in the 21st century and beyond in the universality of the Buddha's teachings. Next. However, this universality by itself is not enough. What is also needed is a monastic sangha and lay teachers who have a thorough understanding of the universal teachings of the Buddha and who comprehensively understand the culture of the place they are bringing the Buddha Dhamma. I think we need to understand the universality well to be able to teach it, but also we need to understand very well the culture of the place where we are going to teach the Buddha Dhamma. Next. So what is needed is a monastic sangha and lay teachers who have, number one, a thorough understanding of the universal teachings of the Buddha, and number two, those teachers who comprehensively understand the culture of the place they are bringing the Buddha's teachings. Next. Okay, so I think we can identify three universal aspects of the Buddha Dhamma, and the universal aspects of the Buddha Dhammas, I think, have the potential to transform the world. And number one, ethical values based on the principles of respect, tolerance, and nonviolence, number one. Number two, loving kindness and the three other incommensurables that embrace all beings. And number three, the practice of mindfulness that can develop and purify the mind of beings. Actually, this is a modern interpretation of Dhammapada 183, Sabapapasa Karanan, Usalasa Upasampada, Sacheta Parijodaponan, Etam Buddhana Sasanam. So these are three universal aspects of the Buddha Dhamma. So we need to identify them. Next. So now, this is, I think, very important, and we are in Asia now. At the beginning, when the Buddha Dhamma began spreading in Asia, it was successful in merging with local cultures and civilizations. It established itself as the main religion in certain countries, creating the three main branches that exist today. Next. However, in the global world of the 21st century, and particularly in Spanish-speaking countries, what is crucial for spreading the Buddha Dhamma is its universality and the presence of people capable of teaching it in different cultural contexts. Next. For 25 years, we have been teaching the Buddha Dhamma both in person and virtually in Mexico and the Spanish-speaking countries using the most modern technologies. In the Dhamma Vihara, we have also the Hispanic Institute of Buddhist Studies, and we teach through the internet the Buddha's teachings. The results are tangible, and we believe this is the way to follow to continue spreading the Buddha Dhamma for the welfare and happiness of all beings. Next. Okay. I just want to formulate a question. Do you want Buddhism to become a global religion in the global world? I think we all want that. And I believe that in order to do that, so for Buddhism to become a global religion, and especially in these countries that just started, like Mexico and the Spanish-speaking countries, and also in the West, we need to follow these things that I have said. We need to understand well the universality of the Buddha's teachings. We need to know how to teach the universality of the Buddha's teachings. And number three, we need to understand very well the culture of the country where we want to teach the Buddha's teachings. I was not born in Mexico. I was born in, I have to finish. I was born in Argentina, and I ordained in the United States, and then I went to Mexico. And I have been there for about 25 years, and I have been learning the culture. And I'm still learning. And I think that is very important, for everybody who wants to make Buddhism a global religion. So I hope that my message, you understand my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena. So next speaker that we have, the fifth one, is Professor Dr. Wangchu Dorji Negi. Venerable Professor Wangchu Dorji Negi is currently the Vice Chancellor of the Central Institute for Higher Tibetan Studies, Saranath, Varanasi. He is a Professor of Indian Buddhist Philosophy. As a visiting professor under the exchange program, he has taught at the University of Tasmania, Australia, Smith College, and Hampshire College in Massachusetts, USA. He has also been visiting faculty at the Taisho University, Japan, and visiting scholar of the Survey of Sanskrit Buddhist Manuscript in Okayama, Japan. So, Venerable will speak on relevance of Buddhist teaching in addressing global problems. Professor Wangchu Dorji Nigla.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Kangi tutsi nyazunga tawatam japangwe chitambi chuni tunzipi gotam de la swansano. Most Venerable Bhikshu Sangha, Chairperson of this session, respected Dr. Tashi Gyalpo Arya, the representative of His Holiness Dalai Lama for Japan and East Asia, Upasak and Upasika. We are all follower and practitioner of the Buddha's teaching, and most of us here are monastic. Therefore, I am simply going to say a few words in plain language and not philosophical language about the Buddha's teaching and how they are relevant to even today's in addressing the global problems. Before presenting my views, I would like to say for us, Bodh is the most sacred place to visit for pilgrimage, just as Jerusalem is sacred for the Christian and Mecca is for the Muslim. Bodh is most sacred for us Buddhists. From ancient time to present time, many Buddhist scholars and accomplished Buddhist masters have visited this place from time to time and further blessed this place. So it is really fortunate to have such a grand Sangha gathering here today in this holy place. I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this grand Sangha forum. It is indeed such a blessing to have His Holiness the Dalai Lama inaugurate this Sangha congregation. It is a very fortunate moment for all of us. Since there is not much time, I will skip some of my paper and I go through my paper. The topic of my paper is the relevance of Buddhist teaching in addressing the global problem. In my opinion, one of the main reasons behind many of the global problems, such as wars between countries, gap between rich and poor, disharmony between ethnic groups within the country, conflict, dispute, degeneration of the environment, gender discrimination, terrorism, fanatic, unusual usage of the earth, natural resources, exploiting the poor and less privileged people, is perhaps due to the belief, like the Charles Darwin theory, survival of the fittest, implying that only those powerful will survive and others will perish. At the same time, even in this era of scientific and technological advancement, 21st century, there is a strong misconception among many of us, which is that the temporal leader can bring peace and harmony in their nation, and that can be also keep their nation secure with the help of nuclear power, weapon of mass destruction. Because of this belief, they pay less attention to welfare of the people, such as in terms of education and improvement in the living standard of the common people. But can peace and harmony be brought about by nuclear power? Can they be brought by the power that is propelled by the hatred to overcome the enemy, not at all. In fact, in this regard, following words of the Buddha are most relevant when he says, Nahi veren verin samritita kvadajana, etc. Means hatred is never appeased by the hater in this world, etc. As we all know, after the scientific developments in the world, there has already been 2 world wars within a short span of time. The third world war is looming. If that happens, what will the countries with the nuclear power do, and what will happen to this world? Another misconception is to think that those who have the greatest number of facilities for well-being and those who live luxuriously are civilized in today's society. It does not see how the internal behavior of those outwardly civilized person is. Think this kind of view and belief emphasize global consumerism and unnecessarily exploit the nature and natural resources, which is in terms affect the environment and climate of the entire world. Consequently, extreme climate problems are being experienced throughout the world, particularly this year and since the last few years with the unprecedented rain, fire, flood, heat, etc., natural disaster. Moreover, unprecedented global health crises such as the COVID-19 and other diseases directly or indirectly caused by the exploitation of the environmental and natural resources in the race of following theory of the survival of the fittest and the misconception of identifying the civilized person, consequently leading to a disrupt and disbalanced society in spite of the massive development the world has witnessed so far until this century. We are still facing problems mentioned about many other news problems. This will remain happening as long as we do not genuinely apply the concept live and let live. Let us see how the Buddha's teachings are relevant even today in addressing the global problem. To me, the only remedy or panacea solve all the problems mentioned above is Buddha's teaching on the independent origination and Vasudeva Kutumbakam. As we all have in our own families, there are different generations and different people in one family, grandparents, parents, children, elderly, old, young, infant, healthy, sick, fit, unfit, intelligent, less intelligent, and so on. Yet they all belong to one family. And when there is a problem in the family, that problem is seen to be the problem of the entire family. Likewise, whether it is happy situation or unhappy situation in the family, it is experienced equally by the all members of the family. Such a view and thought of equanimity can be generated only by the seeing everything and everyone is being interconnected, and this can be understood through the Buddha's teaching of interdependent origination. When this kind of sense of realization that everything exists interconnectedly does this, that we will be able to develop a sense of gratitude toward others. It will also help the understanding that it is only due to each other coexistence that everything and everyone is mutually able to exist and survive. For example, although we constantly boast by saying I and I all the time, the truth is that we cannot survive even for the second without oxygen, which is something other than I or oneself. The fact is that we completely depend on something external to oneself in order to live. Similarly, in terms of external world and planet and earth, moon and sun, they also coexist and power of the gravity. As soon as there is some sort of disruption and disbalance in the gravity, they will not be able to exist in the balanced manner. In the same manner, in the habitants of the habitant to exist, habitant this world are surviving depend upon the external physical world and within the internal inhabitant themselves. They are able to survive only by the depending on each other. For example, when I say I, it is just one. When we say other, it is endless. Thus, even by calculation, we can see whether one is important or endless are important. Therefore, we need to think of the seriously. Let's take, for example, simple a cup of tea, which is something whether rich or poor consume every day. Think of the workers in the tea bagan from where the tea leaves have come. How has the milk been produced? How has the sugar been produced? And so on. Ultimately, one will be able to realize that each and everything that has contributed to make this one cup of tea is connected and depend upon so many different things and people. It is depend upon a lots of hard work done by a lots of people, and that everything is produced by depending on the many other things. Nothing is produced or comes about independently. Hence, the least we can do is, when we are having a cup of tea, we would at least think of the kindness of the workers in the field, pulping tea leaves, farmer working in the sugarcane field, cow giving the milk, and so on, and try to develop the genuine realization that ends result of the ready-made cup of the tea in one hand is actually the result of lots of people's hard work and not the result of just one person action of hard work or contribution. Everything on this earth is result of the lots of people collective work. To live by oneself without depending on anyone, anything is simply impossible. Everyone is dependent on one or other. For example, the doctor and the patient, worker and the manager, politician and the voters, teachers and students, farmer and buyer and sellers, all are dependent on each other. Without one, the other would not be able to survive. Thus, all should be grateful to each other equally. This is the fundamental teaching of Buddha's, which is known as theory of pratitya samutpada. Therefore, if we are able to genuinely apply the concept of world is one family, the Buddha's teaching on interdependent origination is our everyday life. Regardless of what situation may be, Tathagata Buddha's teaching on interdependent origination actually address any kind of problem faced in the world. Another problem of the world is that religious leaders and even lay people of the different faith believe that their religious tradition alone is the way to bring about the complete peace and harmony in the society, and that no peace, okay, yes, anyhow. Of course, each and everyone think that if their sect or their school will not provide India, there is no solution of peace. People think like that way. But to me, it seems that there is no possible to provide entire world their own school. I believe religious is like water. The work of water is cleaning the dust and purifying. So therefore, if you think that only Ganges River will be lead entire world, this is not possible. Therefore, what we have to do is we have to accept the entire religion as our own. If we do like that way, I think there will be peace will be possible. Otherwise, we are again creating very much fanatism in religious people also. This is one problem what I have seen in religious domain. And another thing is, we emphasize only on rituals and dogmatic too much. We try to generate the huge temple and monastery and so on. We do not emphasize what is the core, what is the essence of Buddhism is actually. This I give analogy to my student when I used to teach. I said, of course, when we are planting some sensitive plants, of course it needs fencing to protect the sensitive plants from God and animals. But if we emphasize only on the fencing, if we don't care the sensitive plant, if we not pound water, how can this survive? Therefore, we all religious person need to emphasize on love, kindness, compassion is the main of the religious essence. Without doing that, I don't think religious problem can solve. With this, I think lack of time. Otherwise, several examples I have given in my paper, but lack of time, this much I am stopping here my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Wanju Dorji Negila. And next speaker we have is Venerable Dr. Ratneshwar Chakma. And Venerable Ratneshwar Chakma is an advocate at the Supreme Court of India, New Delhi, and the General Secretary of the Buddhist Thai Bharat Society, Bodhgaya. He is the founder of Chief Abbot of the Vajrasana Temple, Bodhgaya. He is also Secretary General of the International Buddhist Community, Tripura and Bodhgaya, and President of the Interfaith Religious Friend Association, Bodhgaya. So, Venerable will speak on the role of Sangha in promoting social justice and equality. Venerable Ratna Siva Chakma.
Thank you, Chairman. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Greeting and salutation to all those who have assembled at the Serendipitous Hall of the Mahabodhi International Convention Center. I humbly extend my deepest respect to the Mahasanghas, chairmen, speakers, dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers, sisters, media person, and all individuals in attendance who share a profound connection to humanity and the Dhamma. Yes? Okay. Okay, thank you. It is an honor to stand before you today and deliver this seminar speech on a topic that is close to my heart. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and ideas with all of you. Today, I would like to talk about the role of the Sangha in promoting social justice and equality, drawing references from the Pali Suttas, the earliest recorded teaching of the Buddha, as well as the Articles 14 and 15 of the Constitution of India. The Sangha, a community of Buddhist practitioners, has historically played a vital role in creating a just and egalitarian society. Next, yeah. By analyzing key references from these texts, we can gain insights into principles and practices that have empowered the Sangha to promote social justice and equality. Let us begin by examining the moral foundation of the Sangha as outlined in the Pali Suttas and reinforced by the Constitution of India. The Pali Suttas emphasize the importance of ethical conduct encapsulated in the precepts followed by Sangha members. These precepts serve as a guide for leading a virtuous life and treating others with respect and compassion. Similarly, the Constitution of India grants fundamental rights such as equality before the law and non-discrimination, providing a legal framework that supports the Sangha's moral principles. Furthermore, both the Pali Suttas and the Constitution of India highlight the Sangha's commitment to equitable resource distribution. In the Sigolo Vada Sutta, for instance, the Buddha instruct the layman Sigola to divide his wealth into 4 parts, dedicating 1 part to himself, 2 parts to promoting his family's welfare, and the remaining part for supporting the welfare of others, including spiritual practitioners. This approach, aligned with the principles of economic justice and resource distribution enshrined in the Constitution of India. In addition to equitable resource distribution, the Sangha's teaching, as reflected in the Pali Suttas, emphasize the principle of non-discrimination and inclusivity. Please, next. The Buddha, through various suttas, consistently emphasizes the importance of treating all individuals with respect and dignity, irrespective of their social status, caste, or gender, and the Constitution granting fundamental right to every citizen, irrespective of their caste, creed, or gender. The Article 14 and 15, the Constitution of India, for instance, emphasizes equality before the law, ensuring that no one is discriminated against based on any grounds. This principle resonates in the Constitution of India and granting equality before the law and prohibit discrimination. The Constitution of India, a guiding document that upholds the values of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity, and further complements the teaching of the Pali Sutta. Please, next. Moreover, the Pali Suttas depict the Sangha's active engagement in humanitarian activities, while the Constitution of India grants the right to life and the promotion of welfare. The Sangha's contribution to the betterment of society through acts of service, such as providing medical care, education, and humanitarian aid, align with the constitutional provisions that aims to ensure the well-being and happiness of all citizens. The Pali Suttas and the Constitution of India highlight the Sangha's role in fostering dialogue and reconciliation. I would like to highlight some of the important Pali Suttas describe the role in promoting social justice and equalities. The Sakavati Sutta, this discourse describes the ideal qualities of a ruler should govern with the compassion and equality, ensuring the welfare and security of all citizens. It highlights principles such as non-oppression, non-violence, equitable distribution of resources. This sutra provides a blueprint for governance that promotes social justice and builds a harmonious society. The Dhamma Dina or Sula Vedala Sutta. Okay, thank you. This sutta discusses the teaching between the non-Dhamma Dina and lay woman Beshaka to prominent female disciple of the Buddha. The discourse covers important spiritual topics and clarifies that gender is irrelevant when it comes to understanding and practicing the Dharma. It demonstrates that women can be respected and knowledgeable teachers. The Gautami Sutta. This sutta is a discourse to Gautami addresses the issue of gender equality. In this sutta, the Buddha challenges the prevailing social norms and advocates for the equal treatment of women. The Karaniya Metta Sutta. This sutta is also known as the Discourse on Loving Kindness. Encourages individual to cultivate a boundless love and goodwill toward all beings. These are a few examples that illustrate Buddha's teaching on gender equality, although the role of women in ancient society may have been constrained. The Buddha's teaching challenged prevailing social norms and paved the way for more inclusion in equality within the Buddhist community. There are three kinds of justice to govern in the human society. One, political justice. Political justice refers to the fair distribution of power and the establishment of a just governance system. This Sangha, with its moral authority, can influence decisions-making process, advocate for policies that are just and equitable, provide guidance to political leaders in fostering social harmony. Two, social justice. Social justice encompasses the equal treatment and opportunities for all members of society, regardless of their backgrounds or identities. This Sangha encourages a compassionate and inclusive society as exemplified by the Buddha's teaching on the equality of all beings. The Pali Sutras emphasize the eradication of discrimination based on caste, gender, race, or any other social bias. With these foundations, the Sangha can spearhead initiatives that address social disparities, promote dialogue, and foster empathy and understanding amongst diverse communities. Three, economic justice. Economic justice refers to the fair distribution of resources and opportunities, ensuring equal access to basic necessities and economic benefit. The Buddha's teaching on generosity and eradication of greed can guide the Sangha in advocating for economic equality. In conclusion, the Sanghas in promoting social justice and equalities as evidenced by the Pali Sutras and the Constitution of India serves as a timeless example for societies seeking to create a just and equalitarian world. The Sangha's commitment to adequate conduct, equitable resource distribution, non-discrimination, humanitarian activities, and fostering dialogue can inspire individuals and communities to emulate these principles and practices. As we move forward, let us remember the lesson we have learned from the Sangha and the Constitution of India. Let us strive to create a society where everyone is treated with dignity and respect, where resources are shared equitably, and where dialogue and compassion prevail together. We can build a more just and equitable world for all. Thank you for your attention. Bhavatu Sabbha Mangalam. May all living beings be happy.
Oh, thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Ratneshwar Chakma. So now, last but not least, we have Venerable Ryonin Inui from Japan. Reverend Inui studied exoteric Buddhism at Koyasan University in Wakayama Prefecture. He worked as an assistant professor in the Faculty of Literature at Koyasan University. He was appointed vice president in 2011, and from April 2001 to March 2021, he served as professor of exoteric Buddhism. From 2017 to 2011, he was appointed the president and is currently professor emeritus at Koyasan University and advisor to Koyasan Academy. So Reverend Inu-san, he will speak on the role of Buddhism in the 21st century. Reverend Inu-san, ozo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryunin Inui from Koyasan University. Koyasan University is located in the mountainous region of Mount Koya, approximately 850 meters above sea level, in the northern part of Wakayama Prefecture, Japan. Koyasan is a sacred place for Buddhism, founded by Kobo Daishi Kukai 1,200 years ago. Next. At first, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone involved for giving me this opportunity to make this speech in front of Buddhists from all over the world. Next. Kobo Daishi studied abroad in Chang'an, the capital of Tang Dynasty in China in the early 9th century, and he studied the Mahabhairochana Sutra of the Charya Tantra and the Tattva Sangraha Sutra of the Yoga Tantra, which were established in the 7th century in India. After studying esoteric Buddhism of the two sutras, he returned to Japan and spread esoteric Buddhism. According to Kobo Daishi's teachings, everything that exists, including the natural world, has a precious life and that they have irreplaceable value. This is a teaching based on the Mandala philosophy of esoteric Buddhism, which was studied by Kobo Daishi. We believe that in order to build a better human and global society, we need to follow the teachings of Kobo Daishi and think about life, the mind, and even the earth and universe. This teaching of Kobo Daishi originated from the Buddhist philosophy of dependent origination. The philosophy of dependent origination is the idea that all existence is the result of the interrelationship of various causes and various conditions, and is not an independent and self-existent entity. Based on this idea, Buddhism preached the teaching of non-self, and Mahayana developed a theory of emptiness that denied all reality, based on the idea that all dharmas is selfless and empty, and advocated monism based on emptiness. Esoteric Buddhism inherited the emptiness philosophy of Mahayana and also emphasized the relationship with the real world based on the Mahayana idea that reality is ideal. For this reason, esoteric Buddhism positively evaluated the significance of the fact that all existence in the phenomenal world is established through the interrelationship of countless causes and countless conditions, and create a world of mandala based on a pluralistic sense of value that corresponds to reality. And esoteric Buddhism expressed its pluralistic yet unitary view of truth through mandalas and preached the essential identity of sentient being and Buddha in the Mahayana sense. Based on the mandala teaching of esoteric Buddhism, Kobo Daishi believed that all things, including the natural world, have precious life and that they are essentially the same as Buddha. He recognized that each of them had absolute value. By the way, the mandala world of esoteric Buddhism inherits the philosophy of Mahayana and is particularly strongly influenced by the ideas of the Huayan, in Japanese, Kegon Sutra. In Kegon thought, it is also believed that all things in the world that arise from the harmony of causes and conditions are essentially selfless and empty. However, in Kegon thought, on the other hand, it is understood that all existing things are not isolated, fixed, and independent, but each one is connected to all beings. And all beings is connected to one thing. Therefore, in Kegon thought, it is thought that everything are connected in an endless network with no limits to flexibility. In other words, everything that exists in this world is infinitely interdependent in both time and space, that is, in a complementary relationship. So each thing of them supports everything else, and also each thing of them is supported by everything else in order to exist. As a word to express this concept, the word samavasarana is used in the Gandavyuha Sutra of the Kegon Sutra. The Vajradhatu Mandala, which was brought to Japan by Kobo Daishi from India via China, is drawn the top and bottom, left and right symmetrically, and it's noteworthy as the first mandala with a geometrical pattern to appear in the history of Indian esoteric Buddhism. This geometric pattern represents the theory of samavasarana, which reveals the structure of the truth, that one is all and all is one. Next. When we think about it this way, we become to understand that each of us is actually connected not only to humanity as a whole, but also to the entire earth, including the natural environment, and even to the entire magnificent universe. At the same time, through our mutual relationships, we must be grateful that we have been supported and kept alive not only by what we can see, by what we can see, but also by what we cannot see. Where Buddhism has the ideology of non-killing that respects and protects not only the lives of humans, but also all living things. However, in reality, there are aspects in which human life cannot survive without taking the lives of others. Even so, humans are required to stop cruel and pointless killing of life and try to create a peaceful, natural, and human world where living things can coexist and prosper as much as possible. Buddhism also has the idea of equality that does not discriminate between people based on differences in race, ethnicity, class, occupation, language, religion, etc. The Buddha taught that family status and appearance have no bearing on one's worth as a human being, and that any human being can perfect his or her personality and attain enlightenment. I believe that Buddhism ideas of respect for life and human equality should be given greater consideration as human society develops. Next. I believe that the role of Buddhism in the 21st century is to promote the Buddha's teaching to the world even more. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Reverend Yunin Inui. So with this, we come to the end of today's sessions. And as I said before, we are already behind the time. But then we would like to give a good opportunity for one or two questions. So like before, there is 2 mics there. Anybody who has a question, I request that must first they identify themselves and make their question short and precise. And please tell to whom the question is directed. Please, anybody has a question? Looks like everybody has understood fully yeah, please. Or can somebody help?
Homage to all Venerable Sangha. I am Tenzin Kunjok from Indonesia. My question is to Venerable Ratnapalu Thero from Sri Lanka. Earlier in your statement, you are implying the use of commentary in order to clarify the meaning of Dharma interpretation. My question is there any criteria for a valid commentary to be referred as a clarification of interpretation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Venerable, for the questions. Yes, there are several criteria mentioned in commentaries, especially that we need to pay our attention in the process of interpretation. One among them is, as I mentioned in my presentation, paying attention on the pragmatic meaning of the particular doctrinal fact or the particular statement. Other than that, there are several areas that we need to pay our attention, whether it matches or whether it comes under the scope of liberation. If there is anything which contradicts with the message of the liberation, which precisely a misapprehension or the misinterpretation of the Buddha's teaching, there are such criteria that we can utilize to have a very precise understanding about the point that we are elaborating, mentioned in Pali commentaries.
Excuse me, can I just make a point? I'm talking to the lady from right, third one. You were talking about some kind of feminism and all. I just wanted to ask you if you paid attention to Theri Gathas when you were talking about women not allowed to write about themselves. And also, we have something called Chaussat Yogini, the temples which are spread around. There are maybe 4 temples like that. I visited one in Bhubaneswar some 10 years ago. And the meaning of Dakini, etc., which you used in your paper, so because they have specific meaning in Hindi, so this just not a name, it has a deep meaning. Could you just answer to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister, for your question. Yes, obviously, yes, I'm very familiar with the Therigathas and the Theragathas also. These are liberation stories of the initial female arhants from the ancient Buddhism. So my presentation was based primarily on Tibetan Buddhism. Because I was pressed for time, actually my presentation could have been even longer because I have many excerpts from the Therigatha also, which actually speaks about the liberation stories of the early bhikshunis. And these are very important evidence that women did attain similar attainments as men. So which means that the first, especially the 13 foremost bhikshunis of the early Buddhism, they attained very, very high status. For example, Bhikshuni Khema and Patachara, many others, yeah. But my focus was on the lack of liberation stories of ordained women in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. So this is the most important thing I wanted to say. And the Therigathas are very, very old. They are during the time of the historical Buddha. So what happened is that my paper was focusing on what happened after the 6th to 7th century, especially as Buddhism was dying off in India. After that, and also it died off in Sri Lanka, and after that, women's stories were no longer told. And women's stories, especially in monastic tradition and Tibetan tradition, are very few and far between. And women attain remarkable realizations by embracing the yogini path, the yogic Buddhism. Because I wouldn't like to, criticize the monastic tradition of any tradition, but in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, we do not have stories of female monastics who have attained very high realizations similar to their yogini counterparts. So this is my point actually. So with reference to the Dakinis, so because in the Tibetan Buddhist context, the highly realized female masters are almost always associated with being a Dakini. And if you refer to Simmer Brown's work, 2004 if I'm not mistaken, so she has written an entire book on Dakinis and the various different Dakinis in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. And the Dakinis basically is like, we can translate them as like a sky dancer. So these are actually, they can be translated and interpreted as those who actually give guidance to practitioners, tantric practitioners, so the Dakini can end up manifesting in front of, let's say, Naropa, for example, the abbot of Nalanda University in the past. He also actually became a yogi eventually. So she questioned him about his knowledge of Buddhism, and he had a bit of a arrogance, and he thought that he knew everything until the Dakini came and told him, no, you do not know everything. Search for Tilopa in the eastern direction, and he went, and then he found his guru. So the term Dakini is very special, and there are also Dakas and Dakinis. But the thing I was trying to say here is that in Tibetan Buddhism, we have many honorific titles for highly realized male practitioners, but females are almost always lumped into the Dakini category. Not that it is offensive or anything like that, but I would like to just expand the scope of realizations and understanding of yoginis. Yeah, and also yoginis can be monastic, can be non-monastic also. So please do not think that only non-monastics are yoginis. But the level of realization, like for example, if they are reincarnated masters also. So there are actually trukus, female rinpoches also, but these are very lesser known. And why did I make this presentation? The primary purpose is that because female practitioners lack role models. So if they do not see female trukus, if they do not see female rinpoches and all, they will think that all the attainments are mainly within the domain of men. Only men can attain very high spiritual attainments. So this is the primary purpose. Otherwise, there was no actually particular concern for the term Dakini. So I hope I have said my correct. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, actually, now you want to have, now this is going to be the last question, so yeah, please.
My question goes to the Venerable Chela. So first, I think it's a small clarifying about the terminology of Ani. It's sometimes, actually I'm really glad that you mentioned all the great female, great achievement of Buddhahood, all the like Kandrishi Tsoge, Magic Lapemo, all this, really glad. But I would like to small clarifying because of the terms of Ani, and some of the region in Tibetan, even monks called Aku. And also there's some spelling sometimes different, Ani and Ani. That's just small. But my question goes to since you are really lots of knowledge about the Tibetan Buddhism, especially for the humans, and we always referring to the all mother-like sentence being, and do you have sort of that how that's come from behind cultural reason or philosophical reason? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Kushala. Can you just ask me the last question? The last part I did not hear. Sorry.
In all the many texts always mention about the all Mercury Simjian Tamche, like mother-like sentence being, and that's some sort of behind more like cultural reason or something like that.
So am I correct if I were to ask, if you're asking me that, is the term mother sentient beings cultural or religious? Is that
philosophical reason, how this all we often lead to texts.
Okay, I hope that I'm going to do justice to you I'm not quite sure whether I fully comprehend your question or not, but thank you very much for your question and for your clarification. First, I would like to address the mother sentient beings. Yes, because every sentient being has been our mother, father, brother, sister in the past. So Tibetan Buddhism is actually very interesting, very unique in the sense that they use a lot of the feminine aspects, yeah? Not only mother sentient being, but also mother pragya paramita. So prajna paramita. So what I'm trying to say is that there are many different categories of texts, the way they're interpreted and the way women are portrayed. So mother sentient being, philosophically, according to Sponberg's fourfold category of how women are portrayed in texts, we call it soteriological inclusiveness. So which means that it includes and elevates the status of women, because mothers give birth. So it's like it's like we are the progeny of mothers. So it's not that fathers do not have a role, but mothers are actually the ones who are actually involved in the 9 months creation process. So that is one of the main reasons why the mother sentient beings are actually leaning towards the feminine aspect. And I would also like to just also expand on the Ani term, yeah? I really appreciate your clarification regarding the Ani and the Aku. However, this term can actually be counterproductive in the 21st century because nuns no longer live in their brothers and sisters' homes, and also Tibetan Buddhism has spread across the world now. And if women are associated with the term Ani, which quite often is understood as auntie. And even in Chinese, if I'm not mistaken, please, if you can, for those Chinese Mahayana practitioners, here in the past, the word nigu is also actually a pejorative term. It does not do much for women's empowerment and development. So this is one of the reasons why many high masters like His Holiness the 17th Karmapa, also Ugyen Trinin Dorje, has requested the nuns to be addressed as Sunma rather than Ani. And also, in many nunneries, even in Dharamsala and in Tibet, they use the term Chela. So I believe that you may ask me what is in the term. Plenty actually is the way you address people, like for example, venerable or reverend or something. There is a certain respect and elevation of a person according to the person's ordination status. So this is the reason why I'm bringing this up. So I hope that I'm not misunderstood when I am mentioning about Ani and Dakas, Dakinis and all. So if I have hurt the sentiments of anyone, I apologize. But I stand firm in my belief that in order for women to move forward in the 21st century, women must first, these small things actually need to be addressed. Thank you so much.
So with this, I would like to give the concluding remark. So there is no time to further discuss what all the speakers have said. Now the cross-cultural perspective, we have found that each participant speakers have explained about the influence of the Buddhism and how it interacted with the culture there. But the important things that I would like to remind you is that Buddhism, as it had interacted with the culture and the teaching of the different countries, and but then we all have to be very careful that the true essence of the teaching of the Buddhism should not be deviated. That means the Shila, Samadhi, Prajna of the Tripitaka, that should be intact. Otherwise, whole teaching of the Buddhism will become meaningless if it is got mixed up with the local faiths. So that things we need to be very careful. And with this, I hope that this session of bridging traditions and embracing modernities. So this International Sangha Forum will go a long way in making Buddhism relevant in our society and in our life, and in promoting peace, harmony, and non-violence around the world. And with this, I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers for their wonderful presentations. And I would like to thank the venerable gurus and abbots, rinpoches, and Sangha members who have stayed to the end of this session. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sewan Gyalpo Arya, for chairing our session today. So we're going to end this session by asking Venerable Prab Bodhinanta Muni, the Abbot of Wat Pa Puthakaya, to present the certificate of appreciations to all of our speakers and our chairperson. So start off by, we would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Sewan Gyalpo Arya, to receive the certificate of appreciation for chairing this session for us. Then next, I'd like to present Venerable Kum Gong, the chairman of the Acharya Committee of Education of South Korea. Next, Venerable Dr. Kamatashi Chodron to receive the Certificate of Appreciation. Venerable Dr. Kamatashi Chodron, please. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Mahawela Ratanapala Thero to receive the Certificate of Appreciation. And next, I would like to invite Most Venerable Bhikkhu Nandisena to receive the Certificate of Appreciation. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Professor Wangchuk Dorje Negi to receive the certificate. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Ratnaswa Shakma to receive the Certificate of Appreciation. And last but not least, Reverend Professor Inui Rionin to receive the letter of appreciation. Thank you, sir. And I would like to invite all our speakers and our chairperson to please take one photo together in the center. And this would conclude our first day of our International Sangha Forum for today. We do apologize for the time that is quite tight and it has gone over the time limit that we have discussed. So, but we have a lot to go through, and we would like to thank everybody for being here and being enthusiastic in learning about every aspect of the Buddha Dhamma together. I would like to remind that tomorrow's session would start at 8:15. We're going to have 4 sessions tomorrow. The first session would be on the 4 characteristics of Dhamma. And the second session would start at 10 o'clock on the 4 immeasurables. In the afternoon, we will have a session on the 37 factors of enlightenment, and followed by a session on Buddhism and modernity. So I hope that everyone could come tomorrow, and please join us for our sessions tomorrow, starting at 8:15. So thank you for your cooperation today, and hope we see you tomorrow. Thank you.